Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where we continue our epic journey through ancient China's most beloved adventure. Today, we delve into Chapter 21 of Journey to the West, the Valley of Mist and Shadow, where our four pilgrims face their deepest fears and hidden truths. After narrowly escaping the three smoke demons at Western Lake, Tang Sanzang and his disciples encounter a mysterious gateway guarded by an enigmatic elder. What awaits them is no ordinary trial. Each traveler must walk a separate path through a valley where mist reveals what the heart conceals. Will Sun Wukong's rebellious spirit tempt him away from his sacred duty? Can Zhu Bajie confront his self-serving nature? How will Sha Wujing face his feelings of inadequacy? And what test awaits our virtuous monk as he leads this band of reformed monsters toward enlightenment? This episode explores the inner journeys that make Journey to the West not just an adventure of celestial battles and demonic encounters, but a profound exploration of transformation and redemption. Like, subscribe and activate notifications to continue this legendary pilgrimage with us. Now let's step through the gateway and into the Valley of Mist and Shadow. Dawn broke over Western Lake, casting golden light across the water's surface. The four pilgrims had spent a peaceful night in the lakeside pavilion following their encounter with the three smoke demons. As they prepared to resume their journey westward, Tang Sanzang's expression was contemplative. "Great sage," he addressed Sun Wukong, who was adjusting the white horse's saddle. "I am troubled by how easily we were nearly ensnared yesterday. These demonic forces grow more cunning with each encounter." Wukong smiled, revealing his fanged teeth. "That is why Buddha's journey was never meant to be easy, Master. If collecting scriptures required only peaceful travel, heaven would have sent a dove, not a monk with three monster disciples." "Well put, elder brother," Sha Wujing nodded, shouldering his staff. "Though I wonder what new trials await us beyond this lake." Bajie, finishing the last of their morning rice, patted his substantial belly. "Can't be worse than those insect demons. At least their illusory food looked appetizing, even if we couldn't eat it." The four travelers set forth, Tang Sanzang riding upon the white horse, while his disciples walked alongside. They followed a path that wound around the western shore of the lake, gradually ascending toward a range of mountains whose peaks were shrouded in mist despite the clear morning sky. The cloud-veiled mountains, Tang Sanzang identified them from his celestial maps. Beyond them lies the kingdom of Yuhua, where, according to my instructions, we shall find hospitality and guidance for the next portion of our journey. As they approached the foothills, the pleasant weather began to shift. The breeze carried a peculiar scent, neither pleasant nor foul, but reminiscent of incense mixed with night-blooming flowers. Wukong's nose twitched, and he bounded ahead several paces, peering intently at the path before them. "Something troubles you, eldest disciple?" Tang Sanzang inquired. "This scent." Wukong circled back, his golden eyes narrowed. "It's familiar, yet I cannot place it. It carries magic, but whether benevolent or malicious I cannot tell." "Perhaps it's simply the natural fragrance of these mountains," Sha Wujing suggested, though his hand remained close to his weapon. They continued their ascent, the path growing steeper as they entered a region of dense bamboo forests. The stalks grew unusually tall, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by a thick carpet of fallen leaves, giving their progress an almost dreamlike quality. By midday, they reached a plateau where the bamboo forest gave way to a clearing. At its center stood an unusual structure, a gateway formed by two massive stone pillars, supporting a crossbeam adorned with intricate carvings. Though clearly ancient, the gateway bore no signs of weathering or decay. Most curiously, it framed not a physical path, but seemingly empty air. "A spirit gate," Wukong observed, approaching it cautiously, "a boundary between the mundane world and a realm beyond." Tang Sanzang consulted his maps again, brow furrowed. "There is no mention of such a gateway on our prescribed route. Could we have strayed from the path?" Wukong leaped high into the air, spinning in a complete circle to survey their surroundings. Landing lightly beside his master, he shook his head. "The path continues on the other side of this gate, master. It seems we must pass through it to proceed." Baji regarded the gate with undisguised suspicion. "And what if it's another trap? We barely escaped the last one." "Then we shall overcome it as we did before," Tang Sanzang replied with quiet confidence. "Our journey has never promised safety, only necessary trials." Before they could debate further, a figure emerged from the bamboo forest behind them, an elderly man with a long white beard, dressed in the simple robes of a mountain recluse. He carried a staff of polished bamboo topped with a small gourd. "Travelers to the west," the old man called, his voice surprisingly strong for his apparent age. "You arrive at an auspicious hour." Wukong immediately positioned himself between the stranger and Tang Sanzang, his eyes scrutinizing the old man for any signs of disguise or demonic essence. Finding none, he relaxed slightly but remained vigilant. "Venerable sir," Tang Sanzang greeted with a respectful bow, "we seek the path to the kingdom of Yuhua. Does it lie beyond this gateway?" The old man smiled, revealing teeth as white as his beard. "Indeed it does, holy monk. But the gateway opens to the valley of mist and shadow, a place of testing that all pilgrims must traverse before reaching Yuhua." "Testing?" Baji echoed with a groan. "Haven't we been tested enough already? We've faced monsters, demons, and illusions at every turn." The old man regarded Baji with amusement. "The journey to enlightenment is nothing but tests, second disciple. Some test your strength, others your courage. The valley of mist and shadow tests something different, the integrity of one's heart and the clarity of one's purpose." Sun Wukong twirled his staff thoughtfully. "And what is your role in this, old one? Gatekeeper? Guide? Or something else entirely?" "I am merely a signpost," the elder replied. "I have walked the valley's paths myself and emerged to tell the tale. Now I offer what wisdom I can to those who follow." Tang Sanzang dismounted from his horse and approached the old man with joined hands. "We would be grateful for any guidance you can provide, venerable sir." The elder nodded, then tapped his bamboo staff once against the earth. The sound resonated with unusual clarity, and in response, the air within the gateway's frame rippled like disturbed water. "The valley of mist and shadow exists between moments, neither fully in your world nor entirely separate from it," he explained. "Within, each traveler experiences a different path, shaped by their own heart's deepest truths and most carefully guarded secrets. Wukong frowned. We are to be separated? In body, yes. In spirit, never. The old man's eyes twinkled. The four of you share a bond that transcends ordinary connections. That bond will be your anchor when the mists attempt to lead you astray. He turned to Tang Sanzang. Holy monk, you seek the scriptures not for personal glory, but for the enlightenment of all beings. Let that selfless purpose be your compass. To Wukong, he said, Great sage equal to heaven, your journey has taken you from rebellion to redemption. Remember that true freedom comes not from defying all constraints, but from choosing which bonds are worthy of your loyalty. Addressing Sha Wujing, the elder continued, River monster turned faithful guardian, your patience is both shield and weapon. When the shadows seem darkest, your steadfast nature will illuminate the path. Finally, he turned to Baji. And you, former marshal of the heavenly hosts, your appetites have been both your downfall and your defining characteristic. In the valley, you will learn that desire itself is neither good nor evil. It is what you hunger for that reveals your true nature. The old man stepped back, gesturing toward the gateway. You may enter when ready. The journey through the valley typically takes 1 day and 1 night, though time flows differently within. What seems like moments might be hours, and what feels like days might pass in the blink of an eye. And the white horse? Tang Sanzang asked, stroking the creature's mane. The dragon prince in horse form has his own journey, the elder replied, confirming what Wukong had long suspected about their mount's true nature. He will find his own path through the valley and rejoin you on the other side. As if understanding, the white horse nickered softly and nudged Tang Sanzang's shoulder before trotting toward the gateway. Upon reaching the threshold, the horse's form shimmered briefly, revealing the outline of a young dragon, before passing through and vanishing into the rippling air. Well, Baji sighed, at least the horse doesn't seem frightened. Tang Sanzang thanked the elder and approached the gateway with measured steps. Disciples, we shall proceed with caution, but without fear. Remember your vows and the purpose of our sacred journey. With those words, the monk stepped through the gateway and disappeared into the rippling air. Wukong followed immediately after, unwilling to be separated from his master for even a moment. Sha Wujing and Bajie exchanged glances, then simultaneously stepped forward into the unknown. The old man watched until all 4 pilgrims had vanished. His form then blurred, transforming into that of a youthful Taoist immortal with a mischievous smile. Journey well, travelers, he murmured. The valley reveals only what already exists within your hearts. What you find there and what finds you is entirely of your own making. With a flick of his wrist, the immortal conjured a crane of pure white light, mounted it, and soared into the clouds, leaving the empty gateway standing silent in the bamboo clearing. Tang Sanzang found himself alone in a landscape of shifting mist. The ground beneath his feet felt solid enough, but visibility extended barely an arm's length in any direction. The air was neither cold nor warm, and sound seemed muffled, as if absorbed by the surrounding fog. Wukong, Bajie, Wujing, he called, his voice oddly flat in the dense atmosphere. No response came, confirming the elder's warning that they would experience the valley separately. Suppressing a flutter of anxiety, Tang Sanzang closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, centering himself in meditation as he had been taught. When he opened his eyes again, a path had appeared before him, a narrow trail of smooth stones leading into the mist. With no better option available, he began to follow it, placing one foot carefully before the other. As he walked, the mist occasionally parted to reveal glimpses of scenes from his past life: the royal palace where he had served as a court scholar, the monastery where he had taken his vows, the moment when Emperor Taizong had entrusted him with the pilgrimage to the West. These visions were so vivid that he could almost step into them, yet they dissolved back into mist whenever he approached. After what might have been minutes or hours, the path led Tang Sanzang to a small pavilion, similar to the one where they had sheltered by Western Lake. Inside sat a figure in imperial robes, Emperor Taizong himself, looking exactly as Tang Sanzang remembered him. "My faithful subject," the emperor greeted him, "you have traveled far in fulfillment of your vow." Tang Sanzang knelt respectfully. "Indeed, your majesty. Though many trials have blocked our path, my disciples and I continue westward with determination." The emperor's expression grew thoughtful. "Your disciples, the monsters who follow you. Do you truly trust creatures who once devoured human flesh, who rebelled against heaven itself?" "They have changed," Tang Sanzang replied without hesitation. "Buddha's mercy offers redemption to all beings, regardless of past transgressions." "Yet how easy it would be for them to return to their former ways," the emperor suggested. "Particularly that monkey, a creature of such chaos and unpredictability. Would it not be safer to complete your journey alone? To rely only on yourself rather than these unpredictable companions?" Tang Sanzang felt a strange pressure building behind his eyes, as if the mist itself were trying to seep into his thoughts. With a start, he realized this was not truly Emperor Taizong, but a manifestation of his own doubts. "The journey to enlightenment is never walked alone," he stated firmly. "My disciples' flaws and strengths mirror my own. In guiding them toward redemption, I move closer to understanding the true nature of compassion." The false emperor's form wavered, then dissolved into mist. The pavilion remained, but now 3 paths led away from it in different directions. Tang Sanzang understood that he was being asked to choose, to continue alone or to seek his companions. Without hesitation, he stepped onto none of the visible paths, but instead walked directly into the unmarked mist, trusting that his commitment to his disciples would guide him true. Elsewhere in the valley, Sun Wukong found himself in a very different landscape. The mist here was thinner, revealing a vast mountain range that he recognized immediately, the mountain of flowers and fruit, his ancestral home. But unlike the restored kingdom he had recently left in the care of his subjects, this version of the mountain appeared as it had 500 years ago, before his imprisonment under Buddha's palm. The stone palace he had built stood intact, with monkey subjects scurrying about their duties. From a distance, Wukong observed himself, or rather a version of himself, lounging upon his throne, the title, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, freshly won and prominently displayed. "Magnificent, isn't it?" came a voice from beside him. "Everything you built before it was taken from you." Wukong turned to find himself face to face with himself. or rather, a perfect copy, down to the golden eyes and battle-scarred armor. "You're not real," Wukong stated flatly. "A mist phantom, nothing more?" His doppelganger laughed. "I'm as real as you are, the part of you that remembers freedom. Before the headband, before the monk's control, before you became a glorified bodyguard fetching scriptures for ungrateful mortals." Wukong's hand instinctively rose to touch the golden band around his head, the instrument of Buddha's control that tightened painfully whenever he disobeyed Tang Sanzang. "I chose this path of redemption," he insisted. "Did you?" the phantom countered, "or did you simply accept the only alternative to eternal imprisonment? Tell me, when you defeated those smoke demons at Western Lake, did you not feel the old thrill of battle, the joy of unfettered power?" Wukong couldn't deny it. Part of him had indeed relished the confrontation, the challenge of outwitting enemies who thought themselves clever enough to trap him. The phantom pressed its advantage. "You could return, you know. Your kingdom awaits. Your subjects would welcome back their true king, not the pale shadow you left behind." The vision of the mountain of flowers and fruit grew more vivid, more enticing. Wukong could smell the peaches that grew there, hear the chattering of his monkey subjects. "And what of my vow to protect Tang Sanzang?" Wukong asked, though he already knew what his double would say. "The monk has his other disciples. The journey is his, not yours. Why should the monkey king, who once challenged all of heaven, play nursemaid to a mortal?" Wukong closed his eyes, sorting through the emotions the phantom evoked. There was truth here. He did sometimes chafe at the constraints of his role, did occasionally long for the unbridled freedom of his past. But when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was clear and determined. "You speak of freedom, but true freedom includes the choice to bind oneself to worthy causes. I chose to protect Tang Sanzang not merely because Buddha commanded it, but because I recognized the value of his quest." He twirled his staff, expanding it to its battle length. "I am the great sage equal to heaven, and I decide where my loyalty lies." With a swift motion, Wukong swept his staff through the phantom, which dissipated like smoke. The vision of his mountain kingdom faded, replaced once more by swirling mist. Through the haze, he thought he could just make out a robed figure in the distance, Tang Sanzang, continuing his journey. With renewed purpose, Wukong bounded forward, following the glimpse of his master. Sha Wujing's experience of the valley differed greatly from his companions. The mist around him was heavy with moisture, reminiscent of the river where he had once dwelled as a monster. He could hear water flowing nearby, though he could not see its source. Following the sound, Wujing soon found himself standing at the edge of a broad river. On the opposite bank stood his former self, the fearsome river monster he had been before his conversion, surrounded by the bones of his victims. "Remember the taste?" his former self called across the water. "The satisfaction of the hunt? The respect born of fear?" Wujing gripped his staff tighter. "I remember the emptiness, the isolation, the knowledge that I had become the very thing I once feared." The monster laughed, the sound gurgling like water over stones. "Yet look at you now, third disciple, always in the shadow of the monkey and the pig. Even your master pays you less mind, at least as a monster. you commanded attention." These words struck a nerve. Wu Jing had indeed sometimes felt overlooked, his steady reliability generating less notice than Wukong's flamboyant heroics or Bajie's dramatic complaints. "I serve not for recognition," Wu Jing replied, though doubt colored his tone. "I follow the holy monk because his path leads to enlightenment." "Does it?" his former self challenged. "Or do you follow merely because you have nowhere else to go? No kingdom like the monkey, no heavenly position to reclaim like the pig. Just a river monster with no river to call home." The water between them began to rise, forming a perfect bridge from bank to bank. His monstrous self beckoned. "Return to me. Reclaim your fearsome nature. Why be the least of 3 disciples when you could again be master of your domain?" Wu Jing stepped onto the water bridge, feeling it solid beneath his feet. He advanced toward his former self, staff held loosely at his side. The monster grinned, revealing pointed teeth, arms outstretched in welcome. But as they came face to face, Wu Jing planted his staff firmly on the water bridge. "I am not the least of 3 disciples. I am one of 4 pilgrims, each with our own strengths and weaknesses. My patience is not a lack of passion, but a different kind of power." He reached out, not to embrace his former self, but to place a compassionate hand upon its shoulder. "You are not my enemy, but a part of my journey. I need not destroy you nor return to you, only acknowledge that you helped shape who I am now." At his touch, the monstrous figure transformed, becoming a reflection of Wu Jing's current self, the faithful disciple with his steadfast dedication. The river, the bones, all faded into mist, leaving only the path forward. In the distance, Wu Jing could make out 2 figures, one tall and slender, the other shorter and more agile, Tang Sanzang and Sun Wukong continuing their journey. With measured steps, Sha Wu Jing followed, his resolve strengthened by the encounter. Zhu Bajie found himself in what appeared to be a heavenly banquet hall, reminiscent of his days as marshal of the heavenly hosts before his fall from grace. Tables laden with exquisite delicacies stretched as far as the eye could see, while beautiful celestial maidens drifted between them, offering wine in jade cups. "Ah, this is more like it," Baji exclaimed, his mouth watering at the sight. He reached for a particularly succulent-looking peach, only to have his hand pass through it as if it were made of mist. "Not so easily satisfied, I'm afraid," came a familiar voice. Baji turned to find himself face to face with his former divine self, the handsome celestial marshal he had been before his transgression and subsequent punishment. "You've grown fat and lazy," his former self observed with distaste. "A far cry from the respected marshal who once commanded heaven's naval forces." Baji patted his substantial belly unapologetically. "Comfort has its advantages, and I've found that a life with some indulgences is preferable to the rigid constraints of celestial bureaucracy." His celestial self circled the banquet table, running a hand along its edge. "Yet, look at what you've lost. Position, power, respect, all sacrificed for momentary pleasures, and now you trudge westward with a monk, performing menial labor and fighting demons for someone else's quest." "That's not entirely accurate," Baji argued. "I followed Tang Sanzang to atone for my mistakes, to earn reincarnation in a better form." "Always the calculation," his former self noted with a knowing smile, "always weighing effort against reward." Tell me, do you truly believe in the monk's quest, or do you merely see it as the path of least resistance back to heaven's graces? The question struck uncomfortably close to the truth. Bajie had indeed joined the pilgrimage primarily for his own benefit, viewing it as his ticket to redemption rather than a genuinely sacred calling. "What does it matter why I began the journey?" Bajie finally replied. "The steps are the same, regardless of motivation." But are they? His divine self gestured, and the illusory banquet transformed into a vision of their travel party. Tang Sanzang leading with serene determination, Wukong vigilantly scanning for dangers, Xia Wujing steadfastly supporting both. And there was Bajie lagging behind, complaining about the pace, the food, the accommodations. "You give the minimum required effort," his former self accused. "You hold back, protecting yourself first and your companions second. How can you achieve true redemption when you remain so firmly self-interested?" Bajie wanted to deny the accusation, but found he could not. There was truth in the words. He had indeed kept one eye always on his own comfort, his own advantage. "I've still fought alongside them," he protested. "I've faced dangers, endured hardships, but always calculating the cost, always weighing what you might gain against what you might lose." The celestial marshal's voice grew stern. "And in doing so, you've missed the true opportunity of your journey, to find worth in something beyond yourself." Bajie fell silent, the phantom's words resonating deeply. He thought of the countless times his companions had shown courage or sacrifice while he had sought the easier path. Yet they had never abandoned him, never excluded him from their fellowship, despite his shortcomings. "Perhaps," he said slowly, "perhaps it is not too late to change the nature of my participation, not for reward, but because they deserve better from me." His former celestial self smiled, a genuine expression of approval. Now that, Marshal Zhu, is a worthy realization. The banquet hall dissolved, leaving Bajie standing in the mist once more. Ahead, he could make out the figures of his three companions, continuing their journey westward. For perhaps the first time since joining their quest, Bajie hurried to catch up, not to avoid being left behind, but to walk alongside them as a true equal. At the edge of the valley of mist and shadow, the four pilgrims emerged from the gateway almost simultaneously, though each felt they had traveled for different lengths of time. The white horse awaited them, grazing peacefully on a patch of grass. They found themselves at the border of a fertile kingdom, rice fields stretching toward distant city walls, the landscape dotted with prosperous villages and temples. The air was clear and sweet after the heavy mists of the valley. "The kingdom of Yuhua," Tang Sanzang identified with relief. "We have passed through the valley successfully." They exchanged glances, each noting subtle changes in the others. No one spoke of their individual experiences within the mist. Some trials were meant to remain private, their lessons personal, rather than shared. Yet there was a new harmony in their interactions, a deeper understanding born of separate journeys that had somehow strengthened their collective bond. "I wonder," Bajie mused as they started toward the distant city, "if that old man truly was merely a signpost as he claimed." Wukong smiled knowingly. "The valley's guardian, more likely. I sensed immortal energy in him, though he concealed it well. Perhaps a minor deity, Sha Wu-jing suggested, tasked with ensuring that travelers face the trials most needed for their spiritual growth. Tang Sanzang mounted the white horse, his expression serene. Whatever his true nature, he guided us to a necessary experience. The western heaven remains distant, but I believe we are now better prepared for the challenges that await. As they approached the borders of Yahuwah, they saw people working in the fields pause to observe their arrival. Word of their coming seemed to spread rapidly, for soon a welcoming party emerged from the nearest village, officials in formal robes accompanied by musicians and banner-bearers. "It seems our reputation precedes us," Wukong remarked, twirling his staff and shrinking it to its travel size. "A welcome change from being attacked on sight," Bajie agreed, straightening his clothes and attempting to look dignified. Sha Wu-jing merely nodded, his steady presence a counterbalance to his companion's more dramatic reactions. Tang Sanzang addressed his disciples with quiet pride. "Whatever hospitality we receive, let us remember the lessons of the valley. Our journey's purpose remains greater than any individual glory or comfort." The welcoming procession drew nearer, the music growing louder, the banners snapping in the breeze. Whatever new adventures awaited them in the kingdom of Yahuwah would be the next chapter in their legendary journey to the west, a journey that had already transformed them in ways they were only beginning to understand. And somewhere, watching from a distant cloud, the immortal who had guided them to the valley of mist and shadow nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze toward heaven, where the fate of the four pilgrims continued to unfold like a scroll in the hands of celestial powers. What mysteries will our heroes encounter in this welcoming kingdom? Will the lessons they learned in the valley strengthen them for the trials ahead? Join us next time for Chapter 22, where Tang Sanzang and his disciples discover that hospitality sometimes hides unexpected dangers. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient tales come alive through the magic of storytelling. Today we continue our epic journey with the adventures of Tang Sanzang and his three extraordinary disciples in Journey to the West, Episode 22, The Kingdom of Yahuwah. In our previous episode, our pilgrims emerged transformed from the mysterious valley of mist and shadow, each having faced their deepest fears and doubts. Now they arrive at the prosperous kingdom of Yahuwah, where they discover an ancient jade lotus with a direct connection to Buddha himself. And mysteriously, it seems to have been waiting for them. What secrets does this sacred relic hold? Why has it been calling to them through dreams and visions? And what will happen when its power begins to transform before their very eyes? Join us as our heroes face new spiritual challenges and unexpected revelations that will add yet another layer to their sacred quest westward. If you're enjoying these tales of wisdom, adventure, and mythical wonder, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to Celestial Scrolls for the continuation of this legendary journey. The path to enlightenment awaits. The welcoming procession approached with ceremonial grandeur as Tang Sanzang and his disciples reached the borders of Yahuwah. Minister Wei Zhong, a dignified official in embroidered blue robes, bowed deeply. "Venerable Tang Sanzang," he greeted, "I am Minister Wei Zhong, royal advisor to His Majesty King Yu Heng. Word of your approach reached us through auspicious signs, and we are honored to welcome Buddha's emissary." As they traveled toward the city, Minister Wei spoke quietly to Tang Sanzang. While Yahuwah has long enjoyed heaven's favor, there have been disturbances recently at our sacred site. Sun Wukong, whose exceptional hearing caught every word, bounded forward. What kind of disturbances? Nothing dramatic, Minister Wei explained. Merely unusual phenomena at the Temple of the Jade Flower, from which our kingdom takes its name. Strange lights during the night, music with no source, and the guardian priestess reports dreams of a voice calling from the west. They reached the capital city, its walls constructed from massive stone blocks, 4 towers marking the cardinal directions. Within the city, citizens paused to bow respectfully as they passed. They proceeded to the royal palace, where King Yuheng himself awaited. Holy monk of the Tang dynasty, King Yuheng greeted, your arrival brings great honor to our kingdom. Inside the palace, Wukong sensed something curious, a subtle vibration that reminded him of celestial energy. During the welcoming feast, King Yuheng addressed Tang Sanzang directly. The Temple of the Jade Flower houses our kingdom's most precious treasure, a jade lotus said to have been touched by Buddha himself. For centuries, it has blessed our kingdom with prosperity and protection. But recently, it has begun to emit strange lights and music, and the guardian priestess reports dreams of a voice calling from the west. Tang Sanzang considered this thoughtfully. It seems more than coincidence. Perhaps we are meant to visit this temple during our stay. Tomorrow, then, the king decided, I shall accompany you personally, along with the guardian priestess. That night, as his companion slept, Tang Sanzang meditated and received a vision. A lotus flower carved from pale green jade, its petals unfurling to reveal a soft light. A voice spoke, Seeker of enlightenment, within me lies a fragment of the wisdom you journey toward. Not all Buddha's teachings were recorded in the scriptures you seek. Morning arrived with clear skies. The pilgrims were met by King Yuheng and Lady Mingyu, the guardian priestess of the Jade Lotus, a tall, dignified woman in simple robes of pale green. Holy monk, your arrival answers questions that have troubled my meditation for many months, she said. The Jade Lotus has shown me visions of 4 travelers arriving from the east on a journey of immense significance. They exited the western gate and followed a paved road toward a grove of ancient trees. At its center stood the Temple of the Jade Flower, a structure designed in harmony with its surroundings, its foundation natural stone, its columns living trees. Only those of pure intention may enter the inner sanctuary, Lady Mingyu announced as they approached the entrance. Inside, the temple opened into a central chamber where light filtered through paper screens. Lady Mingyu knelt on a raised platform and pressed her hands to the floor. A section slid away, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. The depths offer protection from those who might seek the lotus for its power rather than its wisdom, she explained, lighting a jade lantern. The staircase opened into a chamber that seemed impossibly large. The ceiling arched high overhead, supported by columns of green jade that glowed with soft light. The floor was a pool of still water, with a pathway of floating lotus-shaped platforms leading to a central island. On this island stood a simple altar of white stone, and upon it rested the jade lotus, a carving of such exquisite craftsmanship that it appeared almost alive, glowing with intense inner light. The lotus responds to your presence, Lady Mingyu observed with wonder. Never has it reacted so strongly to visitors. Tang Sanzang knelt before the altar. Great Buddha, if there is wisdom here that I am meant to receive for our journey westward, I open my heart and mind to your guidance. The lotus pulsed brightly, and from within came the sound of gentle music. Golden characters appeared in the air before Tang Sanzang, who read aloud, "The path to enlightenment requires more than the collection of written wisdom. This lotus contains a meditation technique not included in the scriptures you seek, yet complementary to them." The characters shifted to form instructions for a profound meditation practice. When the final character faded, Tang Sanzang remained kneeling in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the water surrounding their island began to ripple, rising up the chamber walls like living curtains. These watery screens displayed images, places they had visited and others they had not yet seen, culminating in a vision of Thunderclap Monastery, their final destination. When the water settled, the jade lotus had transformed into an ordinary-looking lotus seed pod floating above the altar. "I believe," Tang Sanzang said slowly, "that we are meant to take this with us." "Take it?" Lady Mingyu's composure faltered. "But the jade lotus has protected our kingdom for centuries." "It has already transformed," Wukong pointed out. "What floats before you is no longer your kingdom's protector, but a seed meant for planting elsewhere." Lady Mingyu reluctantly accepted this explanation, and they returned to inform King Yuheng, who received the news with remarkable equanimity. "If Buddha's wisdom dictates that the lotus should continue its journey, who are we to object? Consider this Yahuwah's contribution to your sacred quest." The next morning, the pilgrims prepared for departure. At the western gate, King Yuheng presented them with supplies and maps, while Lady Mingyu offered a small jade box. "For the lotus seed," she explained. "This container was crafted from the same stone quarry as the original lotus. It may help preserve the seed's power during your travels." As they traveled westward, Wukong led them to a vantage point overlooking Yuhua. They watched as a subtle shift occurred, the vibrant colors of the kingdom dimming slightly, as if its vitality had diminished. "The lotus's protection fades," Tang Sanzang realized. "Without its presence, the kingdom returns to the natural order of things." "Perhaps we should return the seed," Baji suggested, concerned. Tang Sanzang removed the jade box and opened it, offering the seed a choice. For several moments, nothing happened. Then they noticed a tiny spot of green had appeared on the seed, the first sign of germination. "It has begun its new life cycle," Tang Sanzang observed. "Its journey continues with ours, as intended." "But what of Yahuwah, without their protector?" Baji persisted. "They will adapt and grow stronger through their challenges," Tang Sanzang replied. "Perhaps that is the true blessing the lotus leaves behind, the opportunity for spiritual self-reliance." As they continued westward, they remained unaware that back in the temple, Lady Mingyu witnessed a miracle, droplets of water rising from the pool to form the glowing outline of a lotus blossom. The essence remained even as the form had departed. The four pilgrims pressed on, now carrying with them not only their original mission to retrieve the scriptures, but also a living fragment of Buddha's blessing, destined for planting in soil yet unknown. Another layer of purpose added to their legendary journey to the west. And that's the end of episode 22. Our pilgrims continue their journey westward, now carrying with them the transformed lotus seed, a new responsibility and blessing on their sacred quest. What new challenges await Tang Sanzang and his disciples beyond the borders of Yuhua? Will the lotus seed's power reveal itself in unexpected ways? And what about the kingdom they've left behind, now adapting to life without their ancient protector? If you enjoyed this tale of spiritual transformation and divine guidance, please hit that like button and subscribe to Celestial Scrolls for more captivating episodes. Episode 23 is already in the works, and trust me, the adventures only get more fascinating from here. Leave a comment about your favorite moment from today's story. Was it the mysterious underground chamber, the revelation of Buddha's hidden teaching, or perhaps Baji's concern for the kingdom's welfare? Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where we bring ancient Chinese myths and legends to life. Today, we continue our journey through one of China's greatest literary masterpieces, Journey to the West. In episode 23, The Valley of Illusions, we follow Tang Sanzang and his disciples as they face their first major challenge after departing from the kingdom of Yuhua. With the mystical lotus seed in their possession, our heroes must navigate a treacherous landscape where nothing is quite as it seems. Watch as Sun Wukong's skepticism, Zhu Bajie's earthly desires, and Sha Wujing's quiet wisdom are all put to the test when they encounter the mysterious guardian of the crossroads. Will their true natures help or hinder them? And what new insights will Tang Sanzang gain about their sacred mission to the West? This episode explores the profound Buddhist concept that illusion and reality often exist simultaneously, a theme that resonates throughout their legendary quest. Subscribe now and join us on this extraordinary journey as we unravel the wisdom hidden within ancient tales that have captivated audiences for centuries. 3 days had passed since Tang Sanzang and his disciples departed from the kingdom of Yuhua. The road westward had gradually ascended, leading them through increasingly wild terrain. Dense forests gave way to rocky highlands, where twisted pines clung tenaciously to cliff faces, their roots exposed like gnarled fingers gripping the stone. The white horse picked its way carefully along the narrowing path as Tang Sanzang studied the maps provided by King Yuheng. Wukong bounded ahead as always, occasionally leaping to treetops to survey their route. Baji trudged along, grumbling about the thinning air and steepening path, while Sha Wujing walked silently, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. According to the royal cartographers, Tang Sanzang announced, we approach a region called the Valley of Illusions. The notes here caution that travelers often become disoriented and mistake phantoms for reality. Another place of trials, Wukong remarked, somersaulting back to his master's side. These mountains harbor strange energies. I've sensed them since dawn. Baji huffed, adjusting his rake weapon across his broad shoulders. Illusions hold no fear for those who've attained enlightenment, he declared with uncharacteristic wisdom, then added more typically, though I wouldn't object to illusions of a banquet or comfortable bed. Focus your mind, second brother, Sha Wujing admonished quietly. Places named for their dangers rarely disappoint. By midday, they reached a stone marker carved with ancient symbols. Tang Sanzang dismounted to examine it more closely. The script was neither Chinese nor Sanskrit, but something older that seemed to shift subtly as he attempted to decipher it. "Can you read it, master?" Wukong asked, peering over the monk's shoulder. Tang Sanzang traced the characters with his finger. "Not entirely, but I sense a warning, and perhaps a guidance." He closed his eyes in concentration. "It speaks of the path ahead dividing 7 times, and only one route leading to the valley's end. The others lead to," he frowned, "to places of endless wandering." "A labyrinth, then," Wukong said, leaping to the top of the marker to scan the terrain ahead. "I see where the path divides not far from here. The valleys beyond are shrouded in mist." Tang Sanzang returned to his horse, his expression troubled. From his satchel, he withdrew the jade box containing the lotus seed. Opening it carefully, he was surprised to find that the green sprout had grown visibly since they'd last examined it. "The seed responds to this place," he observed. "Perhaps it will guide us." As if in response, the sprout tilted slightly toward the leftmost fork visible ahead. "Convenient," Wukong remarked skeptically. "Though I've learned to trust natural things more than supernatural ones, they have less capacity for deception." They continued forward until they reached the first division in the path. 3 routes stretched before them, one bearing right along a rocky ledge, one continuing straight through a dense copse of bamboo, and one veering left through a meadow dotted with wildflowers. Tang Sanzang consulted the lotus seed again. Once more, it leaned subtly toward the left path. The meadow route, he decided. Baji looked relieved at avoiding the precarious ledge, while Sha Wujing nodded in silent agreement. Wukong, however, frowned. "Too inviting," he muttered. "I'll scout ahead." Before Tang Sanzang could respond, the Monkey King had vanished in a blur of movement, racing along the left-hand path. Moments later, he reappeared, his expression grim. "As I suspected, an illusion. The meadow ends abruptly at a sheer cliff that would have claimed us all." Tang Sanzang looked down at the lotus seed in confusion. Its sprout now pointed firmly toward the straight path through the bamboo. "It has changed its guidance," he observed with concern. "Or we misinterpreted," Sha Wujing suggested diplomatically. They proceeded through the bamboo grove, which soon grew so dense that they traveled in near darkness, the stalks creaking ominously around them. The air grew thick with moisture, and strange sounds echoed from unseen sources, laughter that might have been birds, whispers that could have been wind. After what seemed like hours, they emerged into a circular clearing where the path divided again, this time into 4 routes that radiated outward like spokes on a wheel. At the clearing's center stood a small stone pedestal. Tang Sanzang approached it cautiously. Upon its surface lay a bronze mirror, green with age, yet still reflective. When he gazed into it, he saw not his own face, but a series of images flickering in rapid succession. Mountains, rivers, temples, and faces he did not recognize. "Another guide?" he wondered aloud. Wukong bounded to his side. "Or another trap. I mistrust this place increasingly." He waved a hand over the mirror, and the images ceased, replaced by their own reflections. Tang Sanzang serene, despite his concern, Wukong fierce and vigilant, Bajie curious but wary, and Sha Wujing impassive as stone. As they contemplated their next move, a sound reached them. Faint music carried on the breeze. It came from the path leading northeast, a melody both haunting and vaguely familiar. "I know that tune," Bajie said with surprise. "It's a festival song from my home village before my transformation." "I hear something different," Sha Wujing countered, "a chant from the river spirits who raised me." "And I hear court music from the Jade Emperor's palace," Wukong added, his brow furrowed. Tang Sanzang listened intently. "I hear nothing but wind and distant water," he confessed. "Each of you perceives what resonates with your past, another illusion meant to separate us." He opened the jade box again. The lotus sprout had grown further, its tiny leaves unfurling. Now it pointed unmistakably toward the western path, the one from which no music emanated. "We follow the silent path," Tang Sanzang decided firmly. The western route descended sharply, winding between rock formations that resembled petrified beasts, frozen in various postures of aggression. The temperature dropped noticeably, and their breath formed clouds in the chill air. "Something feels wrong," Wukong said suddenly, stopping in his tracks. "The sun." They all looked up. Though it was barely past midday, the sun hung low on the horizon, as if evening approached. "Time moves differently here," Tang Sanzang realized. "We must hurry before darkness falls." They quickened their pace, the white horse picking its way carefully down the steepening path. As the sun sank with unnatural speed, shadows lengthened around them, taking on shapes that seemed to move independently of their sources. "Don't look at the shadows," Wukong warned sharply when he noticed Bajie staring at one particularly mesmerizing formation. "They capture your attention, then your will." Just as the last light faded, they reached another division, twin paths that curved away from each other like the horns of an ox. In the deepening gloom, both appeared equally forbidding. Tang Sanzang reached for the jade box, but before he could open it, a voice called from the darkness. "Travelers seeking wisdom, heed my words." From the shadows emerged a figure that caused even Wukong to tense. A woman of extraordinary beauty, her robes flowing like water, her hair adorned with jewels that glowed with their own inner light. She bowed gracefully. "I am the guardian of the crossroads. Those who journey through the valley of illusions must pass my test to find the true path forward." Tang Sanzang returned her bow respectfully. "We seek only to continue our pilgrimage westward. What test must we complete?" The woman smiled, revealing teeth of perfect whiteness. "A simple test of discernment. I will ask each of you one question. Answer truthfully, and I shall guide you correctly." She turned first to Bajie. "You, who once dwelled in heaven, but fell through weakness, what do you desire most? Speak honestly, for I shall know if you lie." Bajie shifted uncomfortably. The question probed the heart of his character, and his immediate impulse was to give a virtuous answer. But something in the woman's gaze compelled truthfulness. "I desire comfort," he admitted finally. "Food, rest, pleasure, the satisfactions denied to me in my current state of penance. Though I follow my master willingly, I hunger for the indulgences of my former life." The woman nodded without judgment. "Honesty," if not elevation. She turned next to Sha Wu-jing. You who served in heaven's armies but were banished for a moment's transgression, what fuels your devotion to this quest? Is it hope of redemption or something more? Sha Wu-jing considered carefully before answering. Redemption, yes, but also purpose. In heaven, I was one soldier among millions. In hell, I was merely another suffering soul. As a disciple of Tang Sanzang, I protect one who brings light to darkness. This gives my existence meaning it lacked before. Clarity of understanding, the woman acknowledged. She faced Wukong next, her expression more cautious. Great sage equal to heaven, who defied the celestial order and nearly overthrew the Jade Emperor himself. What prevents you from abandoning this mortal monk to resume your rebellion? The golden headband that causes you pain when disobedient? Or something within yourself? Wukong's golden eyes narrowed. A clever question with a trap embedded in it, he observed. For if I claim virtue as my restraint, I demonstrate pride. Yet if I admit fear of punishment, I reveal weakness. He crossed his arms defiantly. The truth is both simpler and more complex. I follow Tang Sanzang because I choose to, moment by moment. Neither compulsion nor virtue binds me as strongly as my own will. The woman's smile deepened with genuine appreciation. Wisdom wrapped in defiance. Your hallmark, Monkey King. Finally, she turned to Tang Sanzang. Holy monk who carries Buddha's teachings eastward, what doubt haunts you most deeply about your sacred mission? For even the most devout harbor questions in their hearts. Tang Sanzang closed his eyes briefly before answering, I doubt not the importance of the scriptures I seek, nor Buddha's wisdom in sending me to retrieve them. What haunts me is whether I am worthy of this task, whether my understanding is profound enough to truly comprehend the teachings I will bring back to my homeland. He touched the jade box containing the lotus seed. Each new revelation, like this germinating seed, reminds me how much I have yet to learn. The guardian of the crossroads bowed deeply. Humility paired with determination, the foundation of true enlightenment. She gestured toward the left-hand path. Your way lies there, though it may seem more difficult at first. The right-hand path offers easier terrain, but leads to endless circles. Tang Sanzang thanked her and prepared to lead his disciples onward. Before they departed, however, Wukong stepped forward, staff in hand. One question of my own, guardian. Are you truth or illusion? The woman's form wavered slightly, like a reflection in disturbed water. In the valley of illusions, great sage, everything is both, and neither. With these enigmatic words, she faded from view, leaving only the faint scent of lotus blossoms on the night air. They took the left-hand path as directed. As the guardian had warned, it proved immediately challenging. Steep, strewn with loose stones, and bordered by thorny vegetation that seemed to reach for them as they passed. Wukong led the way, using his staff to clear the most aggressive plants, while Sha Wu-jing supported the white horse on particularly treacherous stretches. After an hour of difficult travel, they emerged suddenly onto a high plateau, bathed in moonlight. To their astonishment, the night sky above them blazed with stars in unfamiliar configurations, constellations unlike any Tang Sanzang had studied in his astronomical texts. We've passed beyond the ordinary world, he murmured in wonder. These are the heavens as seen from elsewhere. The western heaven, perhaps, Sha Wujing suggested. We move closer to our destination in more ways than one. At the plateau's center stood a perfect circle of 7 ancient cypress trees. Within this natural temple, they found a small spring bubbling up from between stone slabs arranged in a lotus pattern. The water caught the starlight and seemed to amplify it, casting a silvery glow over the entire grove. Tang Sanzang knelt beside the spring and opened the jade box. The lotus seed had transformed dramatically. Its sprout now stood tall and straight, with several tiny leaves unfurled. As he watched, one of the leaves extended toward the spring water. It seeks nourishment, Tang Sanzang realized. This place was meant for us to find. He carefully lowered the sprouting seed into the spring. The moment it touched the water, ripples spread outward in perfect concentric circles. Where they touched the stone slabs, symbols flared to life, the same mysterious script they had seen on the marker at the valley's entrance. Tang Sanzang found that he could now read them perfectly. "Water of clarity," he translated, "cleanse the eyes that would see truly. What appears as wilderness is in truth the threshold of understanding." The disciples watched in fascination as the lotus sprout absorbed the starlit water. Within moments, it had grown noticeably taller and stronger. "We should rest here," Tang Sanzang decided. "This place offers protection, and I sense we have passed the valley's greatest challenges." They established camp beneath the cypress trees. Bajie, despite his earlier complaints, efficiently gathered firewood while Sha Wujing tended to the white horse. Wukong remained vigilant, pacing the perimeter of their sanctuary with his characteristic restless energy. As his disciples prepared for rest, Tang Sanzang sat in meditation beside the spring, practicing the technique revealed to him by the jade lotus in Yuhua. The method involved visualizing one's consciousness as a lotus blossom, opening petal by petal to reveal the emptiness at its center, the void from which all phenomena arise. Deep in his practice, Tang Sanzang became aware of a subtle shift in perception. The plateau, the spring, the cypress grove, all remained physically present, yet simultaneously he perceived another landscape overlaid upon the visible one. He saw a vast mountain range stretching westward, its highest peaks touching the heavens themselves. And there, nestled among the most distant summits, glowed the golden roofs of Thunderclap Monastery, their ultimate destination. The vision revealed what his maps could not, the true scope of their remaining journey and the specific challenges that awaited them. He saw desert wastelands where demons of drought held dominion, forests where spirit animals guarded ancient secrets, and a great river whose crossing would require divine assistance. Most importantly, he perceived the connections between these places, how each trial prepared them for the next, and how the wisdom gained in one location would prove essential in another. Their journey was not merely a westward progression, but a spiral path of increasing enlightenment. When he finally emerged from meditation, Tang Sanzang found Wukong sitting across from him, the Monkey King's golden eyes reflecting the starlight. "You saw something," Wukong stated. It was not a question. "The pattern of our journey," Tang Sanzang confirmed, "and something more, how the lotus seed connects to it all. I believe we are meant to plant it at Thunderclap Monastery, completing a cycle begun centuries ago when the original jade lotus was brought eastward. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. And the illusions of this valley? Tests of perception, Tang Sanzang explained. The Valley of Illusions challenges not merely our ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, but our understanding of how both exist simultaneously. The Guardian spoke truly. Everything here is both real and unreal. Like the jade lotus itself, Wukong observed, both a spiritual power and a simple plant, both protection and teaching. Precisely, Tang Sanzang smiled at his disciple's insight. You see more clearly than you admit, Wukong. The Monkey King snorted but seemed pleased by the compliment. Dawn approaches, Master. We should wake the others soon. The path ahead appears clearer now, but daylight will make it more so. As the first light of morning touched the eastern horizon, they broke camp and prepared to depart. Tang Sanzang carefully retrieved the lotus sprout from the spring. It had developed significantly overnight, now a sturdy seedling with 7 perfect leaves arranged in a circle. He returned it to the jade box with reverent care. The plateau offered them a commanding view of the terrain ahead. What had appeared in darkness as a confusing maze of valleys and ridges now revealed itself as a coherent landscape with a clear westward passage. The Valley of Illusions tests the traveler at night, but offers guidance by day, Tang Sanzang observed as they began their descent from the plateau. Another lesson in duality. They made good progress through the morning hours, following a path that wound gradually downward between sheer cliff faces. By midday, they could see the valley's western exit, an arch of natural stone that framed a view of distant plains beyond. As they approached this threshold, Tang Sanzang felt the jade box grow warm against his side. He removed it from his satchel and found the lotus seedling glowing with the same pale green light they had witnessed in the kingdom of Yuhua. It responds to our imminent departure, he said, showing his disciples. Perhaps it marks our completion of this stage of the journey. They passed beneath the stone arch and emerged from the Valley of Illusions. Behind them, mist immediately began to fill the valley they had traversed, obscuring the paths and plateaus as if drawing a veil over sacred ground. Before them stretched an open landscape of rolling grasslands that extended to the horizon. In the far distance, they could just discern the outline of mountains, the next challenge awaiting them on their journey to the west. We have passed through, Tang Sanzang announced with quiet satisfaction, and gained both wisdom and a growing treasure. He patted the jade box, securely restored to his satchel, and lost only time, Baji added pragmatically, though my stomach suggests that time is valuable enough when one hasn't eaten since yesterday. Even Wukong smiled at this. For once, second brother, your appetite serves a purpose. We should find a suitable place to rest and replenish our supplies before continuing. As they moved forward into the grasslands, Tang Sanzang reflected on how the challenges of their journey continued to transform them all. Wukong growing more contemplative, Bajie more resilient, Jing more expressive, and himself, perhaps more confident in navigating the balance between humility and authority that his position required. The lotus seedling nestled against his side represented this transformation perfectly, a physical manifestation of spiritual growth, carried westward to complete a cycle begun long ago. With each trial overcome, they moved closer, not only to their geographical destination, but to their true purpose, bringing illumination where darkness had prevailed. The white horse carried Tang Sanzang steadily across the windswept plain, while his extraordinary disciples ranged around him in their customary formation. Wukong scouting ahead, Bajie and Sha Wujing guarding the flanks. Together, they continued their legendary journey to the west, bearing Buddha's wisdom and a germinating lotus that connected past to future, east to west, and illusion to reality. And that's the end of episode 23. Our pilgrims have navigated the Valley of Illusions and emerged with deeper wisdom and a strengthened lotus seedling. The journey westward continues with even greater challenges on the horizon. We'll be back with episode 24 soon, where Tang Sanzang and his disciples will face new trials as they cross the vast grasslands toward the distant mountains. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through the timeless journey of Tang Sanzang and his extraordinary disciples. Today, we continue our epic exploration of Journey to the West with episode 24, The Plains of Whispered Prayers. Having just emerged from the mind-bending Valley of Illusions, our heroes now find themselves traversing mysterious grasslands where prayers take physical form, and the very landscape is shaped by spiritual devotion. What secrets will Tang Sanzang discover about the mystical lotus seedling he carries? What hidden wisdom will the blind elder Dorje reveal? And what dangers await as they approach the formidable Desert of Forgetfulness? Join us as we uncover the profound spiritual symbolism and thrilling adventures in this next chapter of their legendary quest for enlightenment. Remember to like this video, subscribe for future episodes, and ring that notification bell to never miss another step on this extraordinary journey westward. The road to Thunderclap Monastery continues. Let's discover where it leads. The white horse carried Tang Sanzang across the windswept grasslands, his 3 disciples maintaining their protective formation around him. The Valley of Illusions lay behind them, shrouded in mist like a half-remembered dream, while ahead stretched an endless sea of tall grasses that swayed hypnotically in the constant breeze. "Master," called Wukong, somersaulting back from his scouting position, "I've found a small settlement about 2 li ahead. We can replenish our supplies there." Bajie's ears perked up instantly. A settlement means proper food, perhaps even a bed for the night. Hope brightened his porcine features. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Sha Wujing cautioned. "These borderland villages are often wary of strangers, especially those as unusual as ourselves." Tang Sanzang nodded in agreement. "We shall approach humbly and with gratitude for any hospitality offered." He patted the jade box containing the lotus seedling. "Our recent trials have taught us the value of seeing beyond appearances." As they drew closer to the settlement, they noticed something peculiar about the grassland surrounding it. Colorful scraps of cloth fluttered from tall poles planted throughout the plains, each bearing inscriptions that danced in the wind. "Prayer flags," Tang Sanzang observed. "This region must follow the practices of the Western lands." Wukong leapt to one of the nearest poles, examining the faded characters. "These are indeed prayers, but written in a script I've not encountered before. Some appear very old." The village itself consisted of only a dozen circular dwellings made of stacked stone with conical thatched roofs. As the travelers approached, the villagers emerged, men and women, wrapped in thick woolen garments despite the warm day, their faces weathered by sun and wind. An elderly man with a staff carved from twisted wood stepped forward. His eyes, milky with cataracts, seemed to look through rather than at the pilgrims. "Welcome, seekers," he called in accented Chinese. "The winds told us of your coming." Tang Sanzang dismounted and bowed respectfully. "We are grateful for your welcome, venerable one. I am Tang Sanzang, a humble monk journeying westward to retrieve sacred scriptures. These are my disciples." The old man nodded. "I am Dorje, elder of the plains people. You have passed through the valley of changing faces, which means the way has deemed you worthy to continue." He gestured toward Tang Sanzang's satchel, where the jade box rested. "And you carry a growing truth?" Wukong stepped forward, instantly suspicious. "How do you know of our burdens?" Dorje smiled, unperturbed by the Monkey King's aggressive tone. "The plains speak to those who listen. All travelers bring stories. The worthy ones bring growth." He turned back toward the village. "Come, share our fire and food. Night approaches, and with it, the whispering hours." The villagers ushered them to the central courtyard where a communal meal was being prepared. Great iron pots bubbled with savory stew, while children ran about, setting low tables with wooden bowls and spoons. The atmosphere was festive, as if their arrival were a cause for celebration. "Strange," muttered Baji, as they were seated cross-legged at the place of honor. "Such excitement for simple travelers. It makes me suspicious, though not enough to refuse food." He eyed the steaming pots hungrily. Tang Sanzang accepted a bowl of stew with gracious thanks. "These people live simply, but there is deep wisdom here. Notice how they position themselves, always facing the west. Indeed, every villager, whether standing or sitting, oriented themselves toward the setting sun. Even the doorways of their circular homes faced westward. As twilight deepened, Dorje joined them, settling his ancient frame carefully beside Tang Sanzang. "You wonder about our customs," he stated. "Your people seem attuned to the western direction," Tang Sanzang observed. "Is this related to Buddha's paradise?" The old man's clouded eyes crinkled with pleasure. "You understand much already. Yes, we face the direction of ultimate enlightenment, but there is a more immediate reason." He gestured toward the darkening plains. "Listen carefully as night falls." They ate in companionable silence as the sun dipped below the horizon. The wind, which had blown steadily all day, gradually shifted. Instead of sweeping from east to west, it now seemed to circle the village, creating subtle eddies that caused the prayer flags to flutter with renewed vigor. And then they heard it, a sound like distant voices carried on the breeze, rising and falling in cadence, almost like chanting. "The plains speak," whispered Dorje. "Now is the time of whispered prayers." The sounds grew more distinct, not words exactly, but something between language and music, a rhythmic murmuring that seemed to emanate from the grasslands themselves. Tang Sanzang closed his eyes, concentrating. These are not random sounds, he realized. There is pattern here, meaning the accumulated prayers of centuries, Dorje confirmed. Travelers before you, pilgrims seeking enlightenment, all left their devotions written on flags. When the night winds blow, these prayers are carried upward to the heavens. Wukong paced restlessly around the perimeter of the gathering. "I sense no deception," he admitted reluctantly, "though this place pulses with strange energy." "Not strange, great sage equal to heaven," Dorje replied, using Wukong's celestial title to the Monkey King's surprise. "Simply concentrated. Faith, when focused long enough in one place, creates its own reality." As full darkness settled over the plains, the villagers began a ceremony. Each person, from the eldest to the youngest child, produced a small square of cloth. With practiced hands, they inscribed characters upon these makeshift flags using brushes dipped in ink made from local minerals. "We add our own prayers each night," Dorje explained, offering squares of cloth to Tang Sanzang and his disciples. "As visitors blessed by the valley, your contributions would carry special weight." Tang Sanzang accepted the cloth thoughtfully. "What should we write?" "Your deepest aspiration," the old man replied, "the truth you most wish to manifest in this world." Tang Sanzang considered carefully before brushing elegant characters onto his cloth. Wukong scrawled something with quick, decisive strokes. Sha Wujing wrote methodically, while Bajie hesitated longest before finally committing his thoughts to the cloth. When they had finished, Dorje collected their flags and added them to those of the villagers. In a solemn procession, the entire community walked out into the darkened grasslands, each person finding a place to attach their prayer to one of the many poles. As Tang Sanzang watched his own flag flutter in the night breeze, he felt a peculiar resonance with the jade box at his side. Opening it carefully, he found the lotus seedling glowing softly, its 7 leaves gently waving as if stirred by the same wind that carried the prayers. "The seedling responds to this place," he observed to Dorje, who had returned to his side. "Of course," the old man nodded. "It too is a manifestation of focused intention, growing stronger with each truth acknowledged." He gestured toward the vast plains around them. "This entire region was once barren rock, you know. The grasses only began to grow when the first pilgrims passed through, planting their prayers alongside their footsteps." Tang Sanzang looked out with new understanding at the seemingly endless grasslands. "You mean this entire ecosystem exists because of—" "Faith and intention," Dorje completed. "The physical world reflects spiritual reality, monk of Tang. Surely you've observed this in your own journey?" Later that night, as his disciples slept soundly in the warmth of a village dwelling, Tang Sanzang sat in meditation beneath the star-filled sky. The whispering of the plains surrounded him like a living sutra, its meanings just beyond the reach of ordinary comprehension. In this receptive state, he became aware of patterns within the whispers, threads of intention that stretched across the plains like an invisible web. Following these threads with his consciousness, he perceived how they connected to the lotus seedling, feeding it subtle energies that encouraged its growth. The prayers nurture it, he realized, just as the spring water in the Valley of Illusions did. A soft voice beside him broke his reverie. "You see clearly now." Dorje had approached silently, his blind eyes gleaming in the starlight. "The seedling draws strength from pure intention," Tang Sanzang said. "As do I, it seems." "Yes, and tomorrow you must continue westward, carrying both with you." The old man settled beside him. Beyond these plains lies the Desert of Forgetfulness, where memories dissolve like morning dew. Many pilgrims have lost their purpose there, wandering in circles until their bones join the sands. Tang Sanzang felt a flutter of concern. How might we best prepare for such a challenge? Take with you the essence of these whispered prayers, Dorje advised. When concentration falters, when purpose dims, listen for them in your heart. He reached out a weathered hand and touched the jade box. And trust in what grows within. The lotus remembers its purpose even when all else is forgotten. They sat in silence as the night deepened. Eventually, Tang Sanzang asked the question that had nagged at him since their arrival. You recognize Wukong's celestial title. You know of our journey and the lotus seedling. Are you more than you appear, Elder Dorje? The old man's laugh was like dry leaves rustling. Aren't we all? I was once a pilgrim like yourself, though my journey ended here rather than continued westward. The plains called me to stay, to tend the prayers of those passing through. His clouded eyes turned toward Tang Sanzang. Each of us serves the path of enlightenment in our own way. Your destiny lies at Thunderclap Monastery, mine among these whispering grasses. At dawn, the travelers prepared to depart. The villagers provided them with fresh provisions and water skins, filled from a well they claimed had special properties against the desert's disorienting effects. Drink sparingly, Dorje instructed. When confusion threatens, a single sip will restore clarity. But the supply is limited. As Tang Sanzang mounted his white horse, the old man pressed a final gift into his hands, a small pouch of woven grass containing seeds. When you reach places of desolation, Dorje said, scatter a few of these. They may not flower in your lifetime, but future pilgrims will find their path easier for your effort. Tang Sanzang tucked the pouch carefully alongside the jade box. We will honor your generosity by continuing our quest with renewed determination. The entire village gathered to watch them depart, facing westward as always. As the pilgrims moved away across the plains, the sound of chanting rose behind them, the villagers adding their voices to the whispers of the grasslands. A strange but enlightening interlude, Wukong commented as they traveled. Though I notice you didn't ask what prayers we each wrote, Master. Tang Sanzang smiled serenely. Some intentions are strengthened by privacy, First Disciple. I respect each of your paths toward enlightenment. Baji huffed good-naturedly. Well, I'll tell you mine freely enough. I prayed for the strength to resist temptation. At his companion's skeptical looks, he added defensively, What? Even I can aspire to improvement. Sha Wujing, typically reticent, surprised them by offering, I prayed for the wisdom to recognize truth in all its forms, especially when disguised as falsehood. They looked expectantly at Wukong, who twirled his staff with affected nonchalance. My prayer is between heaven and myself, he declared. Then, after a moment's consideration, he added more softly, though it may have concerned the well-being of a certain annoying monk in our mutual quest. Tang Sanzang's eyes twinkled with understanding, but he said nothing, allowing the Monkey King his pride. By midday, the character of the landscape had begun to change. The lush grasses gradually thinned, giving way to scrubby vegetation that clung tenaciously to increasingly sandy soil. Ahead, they could see the unmistakable golden expanse of desert, shimmering with heat haze. "The Desert of Forgetfulness," Tang Sanzang murmured, feeling the jade box warm slightly against his side. Within it, the lotus seedling continued its mysterious growth, strengthened by the whispered prayers of the plains and preparing for whatever challenges awaited in the shifting sands beyond. The white horse picked up its pace as if sensing its master's resolve. Together, the pilgrims advanced toward the next trial in their extraordinary journey to the west, carrying with them not only Buddha's wisdom, but also the accumulated faith of countless travelers who had gone before, all captured in the whispers of the wind-swept plains behind them. And that's the end of episode 24. Our pilgrims have gathered the whispered prayers of the plains and now stand at the threshold of the treacherous Desert of Forgetfulness. What challenges will they face as memories begin to slip away like grains of sand? How will the mysterious lotus seedling continue to grow and guide them? We'll explore all this and more in episode 25. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese legends come to life through storytelling. Today, we continue our journey with Tang Sanzang and his 3 extraordinary disciples as they face one of their most mind-bending challenges yet in episode 25, the Desert of Forgetfulness. Having just left the mystical plains of whispered prayers, our heroes now confront a barren wasteland that doesn't just drain their bodies, it erases their very memories and purpose. Watch as Baji struggles to remember even his own name, while the ever-resourceful Tang Sanzang must use the magical seeds gifted by Elder Dorje to create a living path through the shifting sands. But the true wonder awaits when the magnificent keeper of lost memories, a dragon unlike any they've encountered before, descends from the night sky to reveal the true purpose of this strange realm and offer guidance for the challenges that lie ahead in the Mountains of Accumulation. This episode explores the profound Buddhist themes of memory, purpose, and the power of intention, all wrapped in the magical adventure you've come to love from our Journey to the West series. Subscribe now if you haven't already, and join us as we continue this legendary pilgrimage to the Western Paradise. And don't forget to ring that notification bell. The Mountains of Accumulation await in our next installment. The transition from the Whispering Plains to the Desert of Forgetfulness was not abrupt, but gradual, like the fading of a memory itself. First came scattered patches of sand between thinning grasses, then larger stretches where only the hardiest shrubs clung to existence. By late afternoon, Tang Sanzang and his disciples found themselves surrounded by an ocean of golden dunes that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. "Master, the air grows strange here," observed Sha Wujing, his fish-like features creasing with concern. "It feels empty, somehow." Tang Sanzang nodded, experiencing the same peculiar sensation, as if the desert absorbed not just moisture, but thought itself. He reached for the jade box containing the lotus seedling, finding comfort in its subtle warmth. "Remember Elder Dorje's warning," he cautioned his disciples. "This desert seeks to strip away our memories and purpose. We must remain vigilant and keep our sacred mission at the forefront of our minds." Wukong, perched atop his staff as he surveyed the terrain, snorted dismissively. "A minor obstacle. My mind was forged in the crucible of heaven's punishments. No earthly desert can erase what I am." Don't be so confident, brother, Baji admonished, wiping sweat from his porcine brow. I already feel a curious lightness in my thoughts, as if. His eyes grew momentarily vacant before he shook his head vigorously, as if something important is slipping away. Tang Sanzang felt a flutter of concern. The water from the plains people. Each of you take a small sip now. He watched carefully as his disciples followed his instruction, noting how clarity returned to their eyes, especially Baji's. We must use it sparingly, he cautioned. The journey across may take several days. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the rippled sand, they sought a suitable location to make camp. Without trees or rocks for shelter, they fashioned crude windbreaks from their traveling packs and the white horse's saddle. No firewood here, Baji lamented. Cold comfort and colder food tonight. Be grateful for what provisions we have, Tang Sanzang gently chided. The plains people were generous with their stores. As darkness enveloped them, the desert revealed its true nature. The temperature plummeted, transforming the scorching landscape into a realm of bitter cold. More unsettling still was the absolute silence, a vacancy of sound so complete it seemed to press against their eardrums. The whispering prayers are gone, Tang Sanzang remarked softly. Listen, nothing. Not even the sound of wind, though I feel it against my skin, added Sha Wujing, pulling his robes tighter. Wukong paced restlessly around their small camp, his sharp eyes penetrating the darkness. There's something else missing. The stars, they don't move. The others looked up to confirm this strange observation. Indeed, the night sky, though filled with stars, seemed frozen, a painted backdrop rather than the ever-turning celestial wheel they knew. Time itself behaves differently here, Tang Sanzang murmured. Another way the desert attempts to disorient us. They huddled closer together, sharing warmth and reassurance in the face of the desert's uncanny emptiness. Before retiring to fitful sleep, Tang Sanzang opened the jade box. The lotus seedling inside now had 9 delicate leaves, each emitting a faint luminescence that provided the only real light in their camp. It continues to grow, drawing strength from truth and pure intention, he told his disciples. Let us meditate briefly on our purpose to anchor it firmly in our minds before sleep. Together, they recited the Heart Sutra, their voices sounding strangely muffled in the desert air. Even so, Tang Sanzang felt the lotus respond, its glow intensifying with each sacred word. Dawn brought no birdsong, no gradual lightening of the sky, merely an abrupt transition from darkness to harsh brilliance as the sun appeared suddenly above the horizon. Tang Sanzang awoke with a disorienting sense of displacement, momentarily unable to recall how or why they had come to this barren place. Then his hand touched the jade box at his side, and clarity returned like cool water washing over his consciousness. "Disciples, awaken!" he called urgently. "The desert's influence grows stronger." Wukong sprang up instantly, his remarkable mind seemingly unaffected. Sha Wujing rose more slowly, confusion evident in his expression, until he deliberately focused on Tang Sanzang's face. "Master," he acknowledged, but with less certainty than usual. Bajie, however, remained curled on his side, snoring contentedly. When Wukong nudged him roughly with his staff, the pig demon blinked awake with no recognition in his eyes. Who are you people? He demanded, scrambling backward in alarm. Where am I? What strange creatures are you? It's us, idiot, Wukong snapped. Your fellow disciples. Don't you recognize your own master? Tang Sanzang approached carefully, holding out the water skin from the plains people. Drink, Bajie, just a small sip. The confused disciple accepted the water hesitantly. As the liquid passed his lips, awareness gradually returned to his features. Oh, forgive me, Master, Bajie said, embarrassment coloring his tone. For a moment, I couldn't remember anything, not even my own name. The desert's power grows stronger the longer we remain, Tang Sanzang observed. We must press onward with all possible speed. They packed their meager camp quickly and resumed their westward journey. The white horse seemed least affected by the desert's strange influence, maintaining its steady pace despite the shifting sands that made walking difficult for the others. As the merciless sun climbed higher, they encountered the first of many mirages, tantalizing visions of pools and streams that evaporated as they approached, or phantom travelers who wavered and dissolved into heat haze. Do not trust your eyes, warned Tang Sanzang. The desert speaks in illusions. By midday, even Wukong showed signs of strain, occasionally pausing to shake his head as if clearing cobwebs from his thoughts. Xiao Wujing had grown unnaturally quiet, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if struggling to remember their destination. Bajie muttered constantly to himself, reciting his own name and history like a mantra against forgetting. When they paused briefly to rest and take another precious sip of the plains people's water, Tang Sanzang noticed something troubling. The water level had diminished faster than their careful rationing should have allowed. The desert consumes even this, he realized aloud. It thirsts for moisture as it hungers for memory. Then we should not linger, Wukong declared, helping his master remount the white horse. Keep moving west, always west. Yet even this simple directive proved challenging as the afternoon wore on. The sun's position, which should have provided reliable orientation, seemed to shift erratically. Dunes that they had surely passed appeared again before them, creating the disturbing sensation of walking in circles despite their best efforts. It was Xiao Wujing who first noticed the footprints, a set of tracks that matched their own, yet couldn't possibly be theirs. "Master, look," he called, pointing to the telltale impressions in the sand. 4 travelers and a horse, just like us. They gathered around the discovery, studying the tracks with growing unease. "These are fresh," Wukong observed, touching the sand. "Made within the hour." "But we've been traveling for—" Bajie began, then frowned deeply. "How long have we been traveling? I can't seem to recall when we entered this accursed place." Tang Sanzang felt a cold certainty settle over him. "These are our own tracks. We are indeed walking in circles, just as Elder Dorje warned happens to those who lose their purpose here." "Impossible!" Wukong protested. "I've been watching our direction carefully." Tang Sanzang removed the jade box from his satchel and opened it. The lotus seedling inside appeared slightly wilted, its luminescence dimmer than before. "The desert affects even this symbol of truth," he said gravely. "We must try something different." Remembering Dorje's parting gift, Tang Sanzang withdrew the small pouch of seeds. The elder told me to scatter these in places of desolation. Perhaps they will guide our way. Taking a single seed between his fingers, Tang Sanzang closed his eyes and recited a brief blessing before casting it onto the sand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, impossibly, a tender green shoot pushed upward from the barren ground, unfurling tiny leaves that seemed to drink the sunlight. "A miracle!" Baji exclaimed. "No," Tang Sanzang corrected gently. "Simply the power of intention manifesting. Remember the plains of whispered prayers, how an entire ecosystem grew from the concentrated faith of pilgrims." He cast another seed some distance ahead, watching as it too sprouted almost immediately. "We will make our own path through the desert's deceptions." Seed by seed, they created a trail of improbable life across the shifting sands. Each new sprout seemed to strengthen not only their sense of direction, but also their memories, as if the growing plant somehow countered the desert's power to erode the mind. The lotus seedling in the jade box responded as well, its leaves gradually regaining their vibrant color and luminescence. Tang Sanzang noticed that the plants grew strongest when facing true west, their delicate stems bending slightly to indicate the correct path. "The seeds know our destination," he realized aloud. "They orient toward Buddha's paradise just as the plains people do in their daily lives." By evening, they had made significant progress, creating an emerald trail through the golden wasteland. The tiny plants not only marked their path, but also seemed to alter the desert itself in subtle ways. The air near them felt moister, the temperature less extreme, and, most remarkably, sound began to return. At first, it was just the whisper of their own footsteps, no longer swallowed by the sand. Then came the soft rustling of the new plants as they continued to grow, reaching improbable heights in the infertile ground. By nightfall, when they made camp amid a small grove of their own creation, they could even hear a distant rhythmic sound like the beating of great wings. "What is that noise?" Baji asked, his memory and faculties now fully restored thanks to their vegetative allies. Wukong cocked his head, listening intently. Something approaches from the west. Something large. Tang Sanzang opened the jade box to check on the lotus seedling. It now had 12 leaves, each one perfectly formed and glowing with inner light. More surprisingly, a slender bud had formed at its center, closed tight, but promising eventual bloom. "Whatever comes, we face it together," Tang Sanzang declared, drawing strength from the seedling's resilient growth. "Our path remains clear, our purpose undiminished." The sound grew louder as night deepened around them, a rhythmic whooshing that echoed across the desert, accompanied by an occasional cry unlike any bird or beast they had encountered before. Sha Wu-jing, his night vision keener than the others, was first to spot the source. "Master, look there, against the stars!" A massive form moved across the night sky, a serpentine shape with vast wings that displaced enough air to create the sound they'd been hearing. As it drew nearer, they could make out glinting scales that reflected starlight and a long, elegant head crowned with antlers. "A dragon," Tang Sanzang breathed in wonder, "but not one of the typical 4 kings. This one bears the marks of the western heavens." The magnificent creature circled above them 3 times before descending to land with surprising delicacy among their planted grove. Up close, its true size became apparent, easily as long as 30 men, laid end to end, with wings that could shelter their entire party. Its scales shimmered with iridescent colors that shifted as it moved, and its eyes glowed with an intelligence beyond mortal understanding. When it spoke, its voice resonated in their minds rather than in the air. "Pilgrims of the East," the dragon acknowledged, "you bring life to the realm of forgetting, an unexpected development." Wukong immediately positioned himself protectively before Tang Sanzang, his staff at the ready. "State your intentions, dragon. Are you friend or foe to our westward journey?" The dragon's mental voice carried a note of amusement. "I am neither, awakened one. I am merely the keeper of lost memories." "Explain yourself," Tang Sanzang requested, stepping forward despite Wukong's protective gesture. The dragon lowered its great head to regard Tang Sanzang more closely. "This desert exists for a purpose, monk of Tang. It is a testing ground and a repository. All who cross these sands leave behind something of themselves. The memories abandoned here nourish the western heavens." "You feed on forgotten experiences?" Baji asked incredulously. "Not feed, preserve," the dragon corrected. "What is willingly surrendered here becomes part of the greater wisdom that awaits at your journey's end. Nothing truly valuable is lost, merely transformed." Tang Sanzang considered this revelation thoughtfully. "Yet we have resisted the desert's power to take our memories." "Indeed." The dragon's tail swished, stirring the sand around them. "Through these plants," it indicated the growing trail they had created, "you have found a way to retain what most surrender. Fascinating." Suddenly, the dragon's attention fixed on the jade box at Tang Sanzang's side. "You carry a nascent truth. May I see it?" After a moment's hesitation, Tang Sanzang opened the box, revealing the glowing lotus seedling with its 12 leaves and tightly closed bud. The dragon's mental voice grew softer, almost reverent. "Ah, now I understand. You were meant to keep your memories intact. The seedling requires the continuity of your experiences to achieve its full potential." "What is its full potential?" Tang Sanzang asked. "That is not for me to reveal," the dragon replied, "but I can ease your passage across my domain in service to its growth." Without waiting for a response, the dragon arched its long neck and breathed gently over their grove of plants. The breath was neither fire nor ice, but a shimmering mist that settled on every leaf and stem. Where it touched, the plants grew more vibrant, spreading their roots deeper and broader beneath the sand. "By dawn, your path will extend to the desert's western edge," the dragon explained. "Follow it without deviation, and you will reach the Mountains of Accumulation by tomorrow's sunset." "Mountains of Accumulation," echoed Sha Wujing. "What awaits us there?" The dragon's eyes gleamed mysteriously. "The opposite of forgetting. Where this desert strips away, those mountains gather and concentrate. Prepare yourselves for abundance after scarcity." It began to beat its massive wings, stirring up clouds of sand. "One last gift before I depart." From its mouth dropped a single scale, as large as Tang Sanzang's palm and shifting colors like mother of pearl. It landed softly at the monk's feet. When memories overwhelm rather than desert you, when too much crowds your mind rather than too little, place this scale upon the lotus. Balance will be restored. With those cryptic words, the dragon launched itself skyward with surprising grace for a creature of its size. Within moments, it had disappeared into the star-filled darkness, leaving only the distant sound of beating wings. Tang Sanzang carefully retrieved the dragon scale, feeling its unusual texture, neither fully solid nor liquid, but something in between. A most fortuitous encounter, he observed to his disciples, though I sense that the trials ahead may prove even more challenging than those behind us. Mountains of Accumulation, Wukong mused. I mislike the sound of that. Too much of anything becomes a burden. Says the monkey who once challenged all of heaven's armies, Baji quipped, his good humor restored along with his memories. Tang Sanzang settled himself beside the growing plants, drawing comfort from their impossible vitality in this place of barrenness. He placed the jade box among them, noticing how the lotus seedling seemed to respond to their presence, its leaves extending toward them as if in greeting. Rest now, he instructed his disciples. Tomorrow we complete our crossing of the Desert of Forgetfulness. Whatever awaits in the Mountains of Accumulation, we will face it with clear minds and united purpose. As his disciples arranged themselves for sleep, Tang Sanzang remained awake a while longer, contemplating the dragon's words. The lotus seedling continued to glow softly in the darkness, its light mingling with the starshine above to cast gentle shadows across their small sanctuary of green amid the endless sands. A nascent truth, he whispered to the seedling, growing stronger with each trial overcome. What will you become when you finally bloom, I wonder? The bud at the seedling center pulsed once with golden light as if in response to his question. But like many answers on the journey to enlightenment, its true meaning remained veiled, to be revealed only when the pilgrim was fully prepared to comprehend it. Tang Sanzang smiled serenely and closed the jade box, knowing that understanding would come in its proper time. For now, it was enough to have found their path through the desert's deceptions, guided by the simple power of growth and intention. Tomorrow would bring new challenges in the Mountains of Accumulation, but tonight, in this moment of peaceful respite, Tang Sanzang allowed himself to simply appreciate the miracle of their continued journey, ever westward, ever onward, toward the ultimate truth that awaited at journey's end. And that's the end of episode 25. Our pilgrims have successfully navigated the memory-stealing sands of the Desert of Forgetfulness. But their journey is far from over. What mysteries await in the Mountains of Accumulation? How will the lotus seedling continue to grow? And what significance does the dragon's scale hold for their quest? Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through the power of storytelling. Today, we continue our journey with Tang Sanzang and his disciples in episode 26, Mountains of Accumulation. Having survived the Desert of Forgetfulness where memories slip away like sand through fingers, our pilgrims now face the opposite challenge. Mountains where memories accumulate in overwhelming abundance. The contrast is striking. From a place where they struggled to remember who they were to a realm where they can't escape the weight of every memory, both their own and others. In this captivating episode, we'll see how Tang Sanzang uses the mysterious dragon scale to restore balance and witness the lotus seedling's transformation as it responds to the challenges they overcome. The Mountains of Accumulation reveal not just the pilgrims' pasts, but glimpses of the trials that await them on their quest for sacred scriptures. If you're enjoying this epic journey, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to Celestial Scrolls for more episodes. The path to enlightenment is long, but together we'll experience every magical step of this legendary pilgrimage to the west. Dawn broke over the Desert of Forgetfulness with unusual clarity, as if the veil that had obscured their memories had been lifted from their vision as well. Tang Sanzang awoke to find himself surrounded not by barren sand, but by a veritable oasis that had sprung from the seeds they'd planted the previous day. The delicate shoots had transformed overnight, growing into slender saplings with broad, verdant leaves that whispered in the morning breeze. "Disciples, awaken!" Tang Sanzang called out, marveling at the transformation. "The dragon's blessing has wrought miracles while we slept." Wukong was first to his feet, alert as always. His keen eyes surveyed their surroundings with appreciative surprise. "Well, well," he remarked, leaping atop his staff to gain a better view. "Our little garden has become a forest, and look," he pointed westward, "a green path stretches all the way to the horizon." Indeed, their trail of planted seeds now formed an unmistakable road of vegetation cutting through the golden dunes, leading precisely toward the west. In the far distance, where the previous day showed only endless desert, now rose the faint silhouette of mountains, their peaks partially obscured by morning mist. "The Mountains of Accumulation," Tang Sanzang murmured, opening the jade box to check on the lotus seedling. To his delight, the plant appeared more vigorous than ever, its 12 leaves fully extended and the central bud slightly larger, with a hint of golden color at its tightly closed tip. Bajie stretched languidly, his appetite apparently restored along with his memories. "I dreamt of peaches and wine," he announced, patting his round belly. "A good omen, surely." Sha Wu-jing was already packing their belongings, his movements efficient and purposeful. "The sooner we depart, master, the sooner we reach those mountains. I mislike lingering in this desert, greenery or no." They broke their fast with the remaining provisions from the plains people, grateful that they would not need to ration the special water anymore. The growing plants had altered the desert's atmosphere. The air felt cooler and more humid, almost sweet to breathe compared to the previous day's parched emptiness. As they set off along their verdant path, Tang Sanzang reflected on how dramatically their situation had changed. Yesterday, the desert had threatened to strip away their very identities. Today, they walked a road of their own making, memories intact, purpose clear. The white horse seemed to share his optimism, prancing with renewed energy despite the weight of its rider. "Master," Wukong said, walking alongside the horse, "what do you make of the dragon's warning about these mountains we approach? If the desert takes memories away, and the mountains represent the opposite, then they give memories in abundance." Tang Sanzang finished the thought. "Perhaps memories not our own, or more than we wish to carry." Baji overheard their conversation and laughed nervously. "Haven't we all experienced enough in our long lives? I've no desire for additional burdens upon my mind." The dragon gave us its scale for a reason, Sha Wujing reminded them, to restore balance when memories overwhelm. Tang Sanzang touched the pouch where he'd stored the iridescent dragon scale. Indeed, we must remain vigilant for signs of this new challenge. Their journey westward proceeded with remarkable ease. The plant-lined path remained firm beneath their feet, offering welcome relief from the shifting sands. By midday, the distant mountains had grown considerably larger, revealing themselves to be an imposing range with strangely shaped peaks that looked almost like piled objects rather than natural formations. "Do those mountains appear cluttered to anyone else?" Baji asked, squinting at the horizon. Wukong nodded, his expression unusually serious. "Like great heaps of something, not earth and stone alone." As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, they reached the desert's edge, where sand gave way abruptly to soil. The transition was so distinct it appeared as if a line had been drawn across the landscape. Behind them stretched the golden expanse they had crossed. Ahead lay a narrow valley leading into the foothills of the strange mountains. The valley floor was blanketed with wildflowers of every imaginable color, their sweet fragrance carried on the gentle breeze. Small streams crisscrossed the meadow, their crystalline waters catching the late afternoon sunlight. "What a welcome sight after the desert's emptiness," Tang Sanzang remarked, dismounting to allow the white horse to drink from one of the streams. No sooner had his feet touched the flower-covered ground than a curious sensation washed over him, a memory, vivid and complete, of a spring day from his childhood at the Jinshan Temple. He could feel the cool stone beneath his young feet, taste the sweet rice cake his master had given him, hear the temple bells calling monks to evening prayer. Tang Sanzang gasped, staggered by the sudden intensity of the recollection. It was not merely remembering, it was reliving the moment in its entirety. "Master!" Wukong was at his side, instantly steadying him. "What troubles you?" "A memory," Tang Sanzang explained, his voice slightly trembling. "From my childhood. So clear it might have happened moments ago rather than decades past." Wukong's face darkened with concern. "The Mountains of Accumulation begin their work already, it seems." Sha Wujing and Ba Jie had also stepped onto the flower-covered ground, and both now wore expressions of startled wonder. "I just remembered catching my first fish," Sha Wujing said quietly. "Every detail, the weight of the spear in my hand, the sun on the water, even the smell of the river mud." Baji's eyes had grown distant, and I recalled the first time I transformed, the strange sensation of my body changing shape, the panic, then the exhilaration of new power. He shook his head as if to clear it. It was years ago, yet I felt it anew. Tang Sanzang glanced toward the mountains looming before them. "If merely stepping onto this valley floor brings such vivid recollections, what awaits us as we climb higher?" "We must proceed with caution," Wukong advised. "Perhaps we should make camp here and approach the mountains with fresh resolve tomorrow." They agreed, establishing a small camp near the valley's entrance, beside one of the clear streams. The plant path they had created in the desert had ended at the transition point, but they no longer needed its guidance. The way forward was unmistakable, though increasingly daunting. As twilight deepened around them, Tang Sanzang opened the jade box once more. The lotus seedling appeared unchanged from morning, its golden bud still tightly closed. He placed the dragon's scale beside it, but not touching it, heeding the creature's instructions to use it only when memories became overwhelming. Their evening meal was simple but satisfying, supplemented by wild berries Baji discovered growing near the stream. Throughout the meal, each of them experienced occasional flashes of memory, some pleasant, others less so, that momentarily transported them to different times and places. It's as if the boundary between past and present grows thin in this place, Tang Sanzang observed. We must guard against becoming lost in remembrance. Our purpose remains fixed in the present, westward toward Buddha's teachings. When they finally settled for sleep, Tang Sanzang found his dreams unusually vivid, not random imaginings, but perfectly reconstructed scenes from his past. He witnessed again his parents' deaths, his rescue by the abbot, his first readings of the sutras, his commissioning by Emperor Taizong. Each memory unfolded with painful clarity, every emotion as raw as when first experienced. He awoke before dawn, his face wet with tears shed for sorrows long past. The others appeared similarly affected. Even Wukong, whose mind was supposedly forged against such influences, sat cross-legged nearby, his expression troubled as memories evidently played across his consciousness. We cannot linger here, Tang Sanzang decided, rising to his feet. The longer we remain, the more entangled we become in our own histories. They broke camp quickly and began their ascent into the foothills. The landscape grew increasingly bizarre as they climbed. Ordinary rocks and trees gave way to formations that resembled physical objects. A boulder shaped exactly like an open book. Trees whose branches held not leaves, but what appeared to be hanging scrolls. Streams that flowed not with water, but with what looked disconcertingly like ink. This mountain accumulates knowledge as well as memories, Tang Sanzang realized aloud. Look there. He pointed to a grove of trees ahead, where countless sheets of paper appeared to grow like leaves, covered in writing from various hands in multiple languages. Recorded thoughts, Wukong said, plucking one such paper leaf to examine it. Someone's reflection on the nature of impermanence. Quite profound, actually. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the accumulations became more personal. Tang Sanzang found himself walking through a gorge whose walls were lined with scenes from his own life, depicted in perfect detail as if by a master painter. Bajie encountered a pool reflecting not his current form, but every shape he had ever worn. Sha Wujing discovered a cave that echoed with the voices of everyone he had ever spoken to, layered in a haunting chorus. Most troubling was Wukong's experience, a clearing filled with identical copies of his staff, each representing a battle he had fought, arranged in chronological order from his earliest skirmishes to his recent victories against demons on their westward journey. This place knows us too well, Wukong growled, hurrying them forward. It peels back the layers of self like an onion. By midday, they reached a plateau halfway up the largest peak. Here, the accumulations took on their most challenging form yet. Not physical objects, but disembodied memories that floated through the air like mist, attaching themselves to any who passed through. Tang Sanzang felt himself besieged by not only his own past, but fragments of others' experiences as well. The joy of a young woman on her wedding day, the terror of a soldier facing battle for the first time, the serenity of an old man watching his last sunset. These foreign memories settled alongside his own, crowding his mind with lives he had never lived. "Too much," gasped Bajie, clutching his head. "I cannot distinguish myself anymore." Even Wukong staggered under the onslaught, his legendary focus fracturing as millennia of accumulated memories, his own and others, competed for space in his consciousness. Tang Sanzang, recognizing the danger, reached for the dragon scale with trembling hands. The moment had come to use their gift. He opened the jade box, where the lotus seedling now appeared to be struggling, its leaves curling inward as if to protect the golden bud from the overwhelming influx of memories. "Balance must be restored," Tang Sanzang murmured, placing the iridescent scale gently atop the soil beside the seedling. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. The scale began to absorb the excess memories like a sponge drawing in water, its surface rippling with colors as it processed the immense volume of experiences. The air around them seemed to clear, the disembodied memories retracting from their minds and flowing instead toward the scale. Tang Sanzang felt his thoughts becoming ordered once more, the foreign memories receding while his own settled back into their proper perspective. Important, but not all-consuming. His disciples straightened one by one, relief evident in their expressions as mental clarity returned. The lotus seedling responded as well, its leaves unfurling once more. To Tang Sanzang's amazement, the golden bud at its center began to open slightly, revealing just a glimpse of the radiance within. "Look," he whispered, pointing to the partially opened bud. "It grows in response to balance, neither forgetting nor drowning in remembrance." The dragon scale continued to pulse with absorbed memories, but rather than simply containing them, it appeared to be processing them in some way. Gradually, the scale began to produce a fine golden powder that settled around the lotus seedling like enriching soil. "It transforms excess into nourishment," Tang Sanzang realized. "The very challenges that threaten to overwhelm us become sustenance for truth's growth." They remained on the plateau until sunset, allowing the dragon scale to complete its work. By the time darkness fell, the air had cleared entirely of floating memories, and the scale had reduced itself to half its original size, having converted much of its substance into the golden powder that now surrounded the lotus seedling. The partially opened bud emitted enough light to illuminate their small camp, casting a warm glow that somehow felt protective, keeping the mountain's accumulated memories at a respectful distance. "We should rest here tonight," Tang Sanzang decided. "Tomorrow we face the final ascent to the mountain's peak." As they prepared for sleep, Wukong approached his master with uncharacteristic hesitancy. "The memories I experienced today," he began, "not all were my own." "Nor were mine," Tang Sanzang acknowledged. "But among them," Wukong continued, "I glimpsed what might be our future, challenges that await us further west, difficulties beyond anything we've yet faced." Tang Sanzang nodded solemnly. "I saw similar visions. The mountains of accumulation gather not only what has been, but hints of what may come." "Are we prepared for such trials?" Wukong asked, genuine concern evident in his usually confident demeanor. Tang Sanzang glanced at the lotus seedling, its partially opened bud gleaming with inner light. "We grow stronger with each obstacle overcome," he said simply. "Truth reveals itself gradually, petal by petal, as we prove worthy of its revelation." As they settled into sleep, protected by the lotus seedling's gentle radiance, Tang Sanzang reflected on their journey thus far. From the plains of whispered prayers, through the desert of forgetfulness, to these strange mountains of accumulation, each landscape had presented a unique challenge to their quest, yet each had also contributed to the growth of the precious seedling they carried. What would the next terrain demand of them? What further transformation would the lotus undergo? These questions followed Tang Sanzang into his dreams, which, thanks to the dragon scale, were now his own again, neither stolen by the desert nor overwhelmed by the mountain's excess. In the final moments before true sleep claimed him, Tang Sanzang found himself contemplating the nature of the pilgrimage itself. Perhaps the ultimate truth they sought in the West was not something entirely new, but rather the perfect balance of all they had experienced along the way: remembrance and forgetting, emptiness and abundance, challenge and growth. The lotus bud pulsed once with golden light, as if in agreement with this insight, before settling into a steady glow that watched over the pilgrims through the long mountain night. And that concludes episode 26, Mountains of Accumulation. Our pilgrims have navigated through the challenges of both forgetting and remembering too much, finding that crucial balance that allows them to continue their sacred journey. What new terrains and trials await Tang Sanzang and his faithful disciples? How will the lotus seedling continue to transform as they overcome each obstacle? We'll discover all this and more in episode 27. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese epics come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our journey with Tang Sanzang and his disciples in chapter 27, The Summit of Revelation. Having survived the memory-stealing Desert of Forgetfulness and navigated the overwhelming Mountains of Accumulation, our pilgrims now face their greatest philosophical challenge yet. Watch as they ascend to the mountain summit where wisdom takes physical form and the mysterious lotus seedling finally begins to bloom. This episode explores the nature of understanding itself, as our heroes discover that some truths cannot be reached through striving alone. The barrier between knowledge and wisdom dissolves as Tang Sanzang receives a glimpse of their ultimate purpose and a magical tool for the journey ahead. If you've been following their epic quest westward, you won't want to miss this pivotal chapter where memories transform into meaning and the path forward is revealed through stillness rather than struggle. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary journey with us, and leave a comment sharing which of the four pilgrims you relate to most. Now, let's ascend to the summit of revelation together. Tang Sanzang awoke to the gentle caress of dawn light filtering through the mountain mist. The lotus seedling continued to emit its protective golden glow, though now dimmer in the growing daylight. He observed that overnight the bud had opened slightly more, revealing a hint of the intricate patterns within. The remaining portion of the dragon scale lay beside it, diminished yet still iridescent, having performed its vital duty. "Disciples," he called softly, rousing his companions. "The new day beckons us forward. Wukong was already alert, perched on a nearby rock formation that resembled an ancient scroll. His sharp eyes surveyed the path ahead, a winding trail that ascended through increasingly strange terrain toward the mountain summit. "Master," he reported, leaping down with characteristic agility, "the peak appears not far, perhaps half a day's journey, but the path grows peculiar." Baji yawned enormously as he stretched his bulky frame. "Peculiar how?" "More memories floating about. My poor head can scarcely handle what's already in there." "Different," Wukong replied, his tone uncharacteristically thoughtful. "The accumulations change nature as they near the summit. Less memory, more—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Meaning." Sha Wujing, already checking their provisions and preparing for departure, looked up with interest. "Meaning? As in purpose?" "We shall discover soon enough," Tang Sanzang interjected, carefully closing the jade box containing the lotus and the remnant of the dragon scale. "First, let us break our fast and prepare for the climb." Their morning meal was simple but strengthening. As they ate, Tang Sanzang noticed that the overwhelming influx of memories had indeed subsided, replaced by a curious clarity of thought. His own memories remained vivid, but no longer threatened to consume his awareness. Instead, they seemed to arrange themselves in patterns that hinted at deeper connections, threads of meaning running through the tapestry of his experiences. "Do you feel it?" he asked his disciples. "The change in how our minds perceive?" Baji nodded, unusually contemplative as he chewed. "It's as if I can see the purpose behind my past follies now, not just what happened, but why, and how each choice led to the next." "The mountain reveals patterns," Sha Wujing agreed. "Cycles and progressions I never noticed before." Even Wukong, whose immortal life spanned countless centuries, appeared moved by this new perspective. "I see the order in what once seemed chaos," he admitted quietly. "The Jade Emperor's punishments, my imprisonment, meeting you, Master, all steps on a path I couldn't perceive while walking it." They set off with renewed purpose, the white horse stepping carefully along the narrowing mountain trail. As they climbed higher, the accumulations indeed transformed as Wukong had suggested. Instead of physical objects or disembodied memories, they now encountered manifestations of concepts and principles. A grove of trees grew not leaves but questions, each branch extending paradoxes that seemed to answer themselves through their very structure. A stream flowed not with water, but with cause and effect, each ripple triggering complex chains of consequence that was somehow visible to the eye. Stones along the path were carved not by wind and rain, but by intention, their shapes revealing the thoughts that had formed them. "The mountain accumulates wisdom," Tang Sanzang breathed in wonder. "Not merely knowledge or memory, but their distillation." As they rounded a sharp bend in the trail, they came upon their first trial of the day, a chasm that cut across their path, too wide to jump, too deep to descend and climb again. On the far side, the trail continued its descent toward the summit. What made this obstacle truly remarkable, however, was that the chasm was filled not with empty space but with swirling paradigms, entire frameworks of thought made visible as intricate, interlocking patterns. Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian, and other philosophical systems flowed and merged in the gap, occasionally creating momentary bridges before dissolving again. How are we to cross? Baji wondered aloud, peering cautiously over the edge. Tang Sanzang studied the flowing paradigms carefully. "I believe," he said slowly, "we must find harmony among these systems to create a stable passage." Wukong nodded in understanding, not choosing one above the others, but recognizing the truth in each. He extended his staff over the chasm and began to trace patterns in the air, connecting complementary elements from different philosophical traditions. Following his lead, Tang Sanzang began to recite passages from various texts, sutras, analects, and treatises, weaving their wisdom together rather than setting them in opposition. Sha Wujing and Bajie joined in, contributing insights from their own diverse experiences. Gradually, the swirling paradigms responded to their efforts, aligning themselves into a bridge of integrated understanding. What had seemed contradictory now appeared complementary, different facets of the same multidimensional truth. "Behold," Tang Sanzang said with quiet satisfaction, "the way is revealed when we transcend the boundaries between systems of thought." They crossed the bridge of harmonized paradigms, which held firm beneath their feet. The white horse followed, seemingly untroubled by the philosophical nature of their passage. Beyond the chasm, the trail steepened considerably. As they climbed, the very air around them grew dense with significance. Each breath Tang Sanzang drew filled him not just with oxygen, but with intuition, direct understanding that bypassed the need for words or concepts. "Master!" Sha Wujing called with sudden urgency. "The jade box!" Tang Sanzang quickly removed the box from his robes. Through the translucent jade, he could see the lotus seedling pulsing with intensified radiance. When he opened the lid, they all gasped in wonder. The golden bud had opened halfway now, revealing intricate structures within that seemed to mirror the patterns they had encountered on the mountainside. The remaining fragment of the dragon's scale had almost completely transformed into the golden powder, which the lotus was rapidly absorbing through its roots. "It responds to our progress," Tang Sanzang observed, cradling the box carefully as they continued to climb. "As we integrate understanding, it integrates nourishment." The final approach to the summit presented them with their greatest challenge yet. The path ended abruptly at the foot of a sheer cliff face that stretched upward for perhaps 100 feet. Unlike ordinary stone, this barrier appeared to be composed of pure abstraction, the fundamental principles that underlay all specific forms of wisdom. Wukong tested it with his staff, then with his fingers, searching for handholds. "It cannot be climbed by conventional means," he reported, frustration evident in his voice. "It's as if we've reached the limits of what can be grasped through effort alone." Tang Sanzang stood silent before the cliff, the jade box open in his hands. The lotus continued to glow, its half-opened bud oriented toward the summit as if yearning to complete its journey. "Perhaps," he said at last, "that is precisely the lesson. Some truths cannot be reached through striving." He closed his eyes and stilled his mind, allowing all the accumulated wisdom of their journey to settle into perfect quiet. His disciples, recognizing the shift in his approach, did the same, even Baji managing to calm his usually restless nature. In that profound stillness, something remarkable occurred. The cliff face before them did not move or change, yet somehow they found themselves rising, not through physical elevation, but through a shift in perspective that rendered the barrier irrelevant. When Tang Sanzang opened his eyes again, they stood upon the summit, a perfectly flat circular space that offered unobstructed views in all directions. Below them stretched the strange landscape of the Mountains of Accumulation. Behind them, barely visible in the distance, lay the Desert of Forgetfulness they had crossed, and beyond that, the plains of whispered prayers where their journey with the lotus seedling had begun. Ahead, to the west, extended territories yet unknown, landscapes of challenge and discovery awaiting their passage. But most remarkable was what occupied the center of the summit itself, a small, perfectly circular pool of water, so still it might have been solid crystal. Its surface reflected not the sky above, but something else entirely, images of their future journey, possibilities that shifted and changed as they watched. "The pool of potentiality," Tang Sanzang whispered, somehow knowing its name without being told. He approached the pool's edge and knelt, still holding the jade box with its precious contents. As if responding to some unspoken invitation, the lotus seedling began to glow more intensely. The half-opened bud pulsed with golden light in a rhythm that matched Tang Sanzang's heartbeat. "What now, Master?" Sha Wujing asked, his voice hushed with reverence. "We complete this stage of our journey," Tang Sanzang replied. With careful movements, he removed the lotus seedling from the jade box and held it over the pool's still surface. "The Mountains of Accumulation have shown us that wisdom comes not from gathering more and more, but from finding the patterns that connect what we already know." He lowered the lotus until its roots touched the water. The moment contact was made, ripples spread across the pool, not outward from the center, as one might expect, but inward from the edges, converging upon the point where the lotus met the water. The golden bud began to open fully, petal by petal, each unfolding with deliberate grace to reveal deeper layers within. As the final petal unfurled, a small perfect scripture lay at the flower's heart, not a physical text, but pure teaching embodied in living form. "The Lotus Sutra," Tang Sanzang breathed, recognizing the essence, if not the exact manifestation of the sacred text he had set out to retrieve from the Western heaven. The scripture at the lotus's heart began to emit characters of light that rose into the air and arranged themselves in patterns of profound meaning. These were not words in the ordinary sense, but direct transmissions of understanding that inscribed themselves upon the mind without mediation. Each of the pilgrims received these transmissions according to their nature and capacity. Wukong absorbed tactical insights about overcoming obstacles on the path ahead. Bajie found revelations about transforming appetites into aspirations. Sha Wujing gained deeper understanding of service as a form of self-realization. Even the white horse seemed to comprehend some equine wisdom appropriate to its role. And Tang Sanzang, he received not just specific teachings, but a comprehensive vision of how this journey fit within the larger purpose of bringing Dharma to the East. He saw with perfect clarity both the immensity of the task and, paradoxically, its ultimate simplicity. When the transmission of wisdom was complete, the lotus flower gently detached from its stem and floated on the pool's surface. The stem and roots, meanwhile, began to transform, hardening and expanding into a small wooden staff of extraordinary craftsmanship. A gift for the journey ahead, Tang Sanzang realized, lifting the staff from the water. Despite its metamorphosis from living plant to crafted object, it retained a subtle golden glow and felt warm to the touch, alive in some fundamental sense. The floating lotus flower, meanwhile, began to spin slowly on the pool's surface, generating a gentle vortex that drew in the scattered images of possibility. As it spun faster, the vortex deepened, eventually opening a passage through the pool itself, not to the earth below, as one might expect, but to some other location entirely. Through this liquid portal, Tang Sanzang could see a mountain path different from the one they had ascended, a continuation of their westward journey that bypassed the need to descend the way they had come. "The mountains offer us a way forward," he observed, gesturing toward the portal. Wukong approached the edge cautiously, testing the passage with his staff. "It appears stable, Master. A gift indeed, allowing us to continue directly westward." One by one, they prepared to enter this supernatural shortcut. Before stepping through, however, Tang Sanzang turned for one final look at the summit and the remarkable pool that had made their transformation possible. "The wisdom we sought was never separate from ourselves," he reflected aloud. "The scriptures we journey to obtain are already written in the world around us and within our own nature. We needed only the clarity to perceive them." With these words, he stepped into the portal, followed by his faithful disciples and the white horse. The passage enveloped them in golden light, not transporting them instantly, but guiding their steps along an accelerated path through space and understanding alike. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves already far to the west of the Mountains of Accumulation, standing on a ridge that overlooked their next challenge, a landscape very different from what they had traversed thus far. Tang Sanzang raised his new staff, which caught the light of the setting sun and seemed to point the way forward like a compass needle. The lotus flower that had opened at the summit was gone from sight, but its essence remained with them, its wisdom integrated into their beings. "Onward, disciples," he said with renewed determination. "The western heaven awaits, and we have many miles yet to travel." As twilight gathered around them, they began their descent toward the new terrain below, carrying within them the accumulated wisdom of the mountains and the unfolding truth of the lotus, balanced now between remembering and forgetting, between knowing and seeking, between the journey already undertaken and the path that stretched before them into the unknown west. And that's the end of chapter 27. The summit of revelation. Our pilgrims have gained profound wisdom at the mountain's peak and received a magical shortcut on their quest westward. But what strange new landscapes await them on the next leg of their journey? If you enjoyed this episode, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think the fully bloomed lotus represents? And what challenges do you predict for Tang Sanzang and his disciples in the chapters to come? We'll be back with chapter 28 soon, where our heroes will face even more supernatural trials on their path to enlightenment. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient wisdom comes alive through timeless tales. Today, we continue our exploration of Journey to the West with episode 28, The Valley of Echoing Truths. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples reached the summit of the Mountains of Accumulation, where they witnessed the lotus blossom open and reveal profound wisdom. Now, our heroes descend into a mysterious valley where truth resonates and falsehood falls silent. This captivating chapter reveals how each character, the devoted monk, the powerful monkey king, the indulgent Bajie, and the steadfast Sha Wujing, must confront their deepest truths as they navigate a landscape that literally echoes back their honesty. What secrets will they uncover in the mirror of essential nature? And what new powers will Tang Sanzang's lotus staff reveal? Join us for this mesmerizing continuation of their westward journey, where wisdom is gained not through conflict, but through honest reflection. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more episodes as our pilgrims face their next challenge, the forest of competing convictions. Celestial Scrolls brings you the philosophical adventure that has captivated imaginations for centuries. Tang Sanzang led his disciples down the ridge, his new lotus-born staff glowing softly in the deepening twilight. The landscape before them was unlike any they had encountered thus far, a vast valley shrouded in mist, punctuated by strange rock formations that resembled frozen sound waves. "What manner of place is this?" asked Bajie, his small eyes narrowing with suspicion as he surveyed the terrain. Wukong leapt ahead, performing a somersault in mid-air before landing on a nearby outcropping. He sniffed the air, his keen senses alert for danger. "This valley has a voice of its own," he announced, cocking his head to one side. "Listen carefully." They all fell silent. At first, there was nothing but the soft whisper of the evening breeze. Then, gradually, they began to hear it, faint echoes that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Whispers, fragments of conversation, laughter, weeping, human sounds without human presence. "The Valley of Echoing Truths," Tang Sanzang murmured, the name coming to him as naturally as if he had always known it. His new staff pulsed with golden light, responding to the revelation. Sha Wujing shifted uneasily. "These echoes, they sound like voices from my past." "And mine," admitted Bajie, his usual bravado momentarily subdued. Tang Sanzang nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps that is the nature of this place. While the Mountains of Accumulation showed us the patterns in our gathered wisdom, this valley may reveal how our truths resonate beyond ourselves." They made their way down into the valley as night fell completely. The mist grew thicker, limiting visibility to a few yards ahead. Only the soft glow from Tang Sanzang's staff provided reliable illumination. The echoes grew more distinct as they descended, sometimes forming complete sentences before dissolving back into unintelligible murmurs. "We should make camp," Tang Sanzang suggested when they reached level ground. "The path through this valley is not one to navigate in darkness." They found a relatively dry clearing beneath an overhanging rock formation. As Bajie and Sha Wujing gathered materials for a small fire, Wukong scouted the immediate surroundings, returning with a troubled expression. "The echoes follow definite patterns," he reported, squatting beside his master. "They grow stronger when I speak certain truths and fade when I attempt deception." Tang Sanzang raised an eyebrow. "You tested this?" Wukong grinned sheepishly. "A small experiment, master. I stated a genuine regret for my past and the valley echoed it threefold. When I invented a false boast, the valley remained silent. Interesting, Tang Sanzang mused, a place that amplifies truth and ignores falsehood. The fire crackled to life under Baji's careful attention. As they gathered around its warmth, the echoes seemed to organize themselves, becoming clearer and more focused, as if the valley itself were settling in to listen to their conversation. "I don't like this," Baji grumbled, shifting uncomfortably. "Some truths are best left unspoken." Sha Wujing nodded in agreement. "We all carry burdens we'd rather not share." "Yet, is that not the very lesson of the Mountains of Accumulation?" Tang Sanzang countered gently. "That wisdom comes from seeing the patterns in all we have gathered, the glorious and the shameful alike." As if in response to his words, the staff in his hand emitted a pulse of golden light that briefly illuminated the entire clearing. In that moment of clarity, they could see that the rock formations surrounding them were not random at all, but sculpted into forms that suggested attentive listeners, an audience of stone. "We are being tested again," Wukong realized aloud. As his words left his mouth, they were caught by the valley and repeated not as mere echoes, but as harmonics, the same truth expressed in multiple registers simultaneously. Tang Sanzang studied the staff in his hand, noting how its glow intensified whenever truth was spoken. "I believe this valley requires honesty from travelers," he said. "Perhaps it is how we earn our passage." "You mean we must confess?" Baji looked distinctly uncomfortable. "Not confess," Tang Sanzang corrected. "Simply speak our truths, whatever they may be. The valley does not judge. It only echoes." They slept uneasily that night, surrounded by whispers that never completely subsided. Each of them dreamed of conversations long past, moments when truth had been spoken, distorted, or withheld entirely. Dawn brought little change to the misty landscape, though the echoes seemed to recede somewhat in the light of day. After a simple breakfast, they continued their journey through the valley, following a path that appeared and disappeared through the swirling fog. As they walked, Tang Sanzang reflected on the nature of their quest. "I have often wondered," he said aloud, "whether the sutras we seek are worth the dangers we have faced, whether any text, however sacred, justifies such hardship." His words echoed through the valley with surprising power, returning to them not as exact repetitions, but as thoughtful responses. The journey itself is the sutra. The sutras we seek are written within us. Truth justifies all hardships. "The valley answers," Sha Wujing observed with wonder. Encouraged by this response, Wukong spoke next. "I served the Jade Emperor for centuries, yet never felt my worth recognized. My rebellion was born of wounded pride as much as righteous anger. The valley caught his truth and transformed it. Recognition sought outside brings endless disappointment. Pride and righteousness are two faces of the same coin. True worth is self-known before it is other-known." Baji shuffled uncomfortably before offering his own truth. "I fear returning to heaven almost as much as I desire it. What if I fail again? What if my appetites overcome my aspirations once more?" The echoes swirled around them. Fear and desire are twin illusions. Failure is merely a step in understanding. Appetites transformed become the fuel for aspiration. Even Sha Wujing, usually the most reticent of the disciples, found himself speaking. "I have followed orders all my existence. First heavens, then hell's, now yours, Master. Sometimes I wonder if I have any self beyond obedience." The valley responded with gentle wisdom. Chosen obedience differs from compelled servitude. The self emerges through conscious choice. To follow from love reveals one's true nature. As each of them spoke their truths and received the valley's echoed insights, the mist began to thin perceptibly. Paths that had been obscured now became visible, revealing the true layout of the valley floor, a vast natural amphitheater converging on a central point still hidden in the distance. They walked for hours, each step bringing greater clarity, both to the landscape around them and to their understanding of themselves. The rock formations, now clearly visible, did indeed resemble an audience of attentive listeners, arrayed in concentric circles that focused on whatever lay at the valley's heart. By midday, they reached the edge of the mist that still concealed the valley's center. Here, the path divided into 4 separate routes, each leading inward, but taking very different approaches. "We must choose," said Tang Sanzang, looking at the diverging paths with uncertainty. Wukong examined each route carefully. "They appear to represent different ways of approaching truth," he observed. "This one spirals gradually inward, the path of contemplation, perhaps. That one proceeds directly but crosses difficult terrain, the path of confrontation. The third weaves between obstacles, the path of adaptation. And the fourth—" he hesitated. "The fourth seems to vanish entirely before re-emerging at the center, the path of surrender." "Do we separate, each taking the path that suits our nature?" asked Sha Wujing. Tang Sanzang shook his head. "I think not. This valley has taught us that our truths echo and intertwine. We must proceed together, but—" He paused, studying his staff thoughtfully. "Perhaps not along any of these paths." To the surprise of his disciples, Tang Sanzang stepped off the marked paths entirely, walking directly into the misty center of the valley. His staff glowed brighter with each step, cutting through the obscuring fog. "Master!" Baji called in alarm. "The paths are there for a reason." "Indeed they are," Tang Sanzang called back, without breaking stride. "They are there to make us believe there is only one right way to approach truth, when in fact," he gestured for them to follow, "truth can be approached from any direction, so long as one moves with honest intention." Hesitantly at first, then with growing confidence, the disciples followed their master off the established paths and into the mist. As they walked, the fog parted before them, revealing not physical obstacles, but manifestations of doubt, fear, and preconception that dissolved when directly confronted. At the very heart of the valley, they discovered not some grand monument or magical artifact, but a simple clearing where the mist had completely dispersed. In the center stood a natural stone dais, and upon it a perfectly circular pool similar to the one they had encountered at the summit of the Mountains of Accumulation, though this one was much smaller, perhaps only 3 feet in diameter. Unlike the pool of potentiality, this one did not show visions of possible futures. Instead, its surface reflected each viewer with perfect clarity, not merely their physical appearance, but the essential truth of their being. Tang Sanzang saw himself not as the vulnerable human monk he often felt himself to be, but as a vessel of compassionate purpose, a bridge between divine wisdom and human understanding. Wukong glimpsed not the rebellious trickster or the powerful warrior, but the protective guardian whose greatest strength lay in his capacity for devotion. Baji beheld not his gluttonous, lustful self, but the joyful spirit whose appetites, when properly channeled, became enthusiasm for life itself. Sha Wujing observed not the fearsome demon or the obedient disciple, but the steadfast presence whose constancy created space for others' transformation. The mirror of essential nature, Tang Sanzang named it softly. As they gazed into its depths, something remarkable happened. The staff in Tang Sanzang's hand began to pulse in rhythm with their heartbeats, 4 distinct tempos gradually synchronizing until they beat as one. With each unified pulse, the staff's golden light grew stronger, illuminating the entire clearing and causing the small pool to ripple with resonant energy. From the pool's center rose a single drop of water, defying gravity to hover in the air before them. As they watched in wonder, this drop expanded and transformed, taking on the appearance of perfect crystal. Within this crystal appeared a single character of Scripture, not written in ink, but composed of pure light. The first character of the Great Wisdom Sutra, Tang Sanzang breathed in recognition. The crystal character floated toward him, coming to rest at the tip of his staff, where it was absorbed into the wood with a flash of light. Immediately, a second drop rose from the pool, forming another crystal character that followed the same path. One by one, characters emerged from the pool and joined with the staff, 27 in all, each containing profound meaning that Tang Sanzang could sense, rather than read, in any conventional sense. When the final character had been absorbed, the staff blazed with such intensity that they were forced to shield their eyes. When the light subsided to a manageable glow, Tang Sanzang examined the staff with amazement. Along its length, the 27 characters were now visible, inscribed in flowing script that seemed to move subtly when not directly observed. "A portion of the sutra we seek," he explained to his disciples, "encoded in this staff to guide us forward." No sooner had he spoken these words than the pool before them began to drain, its waters spiraling downward until the basin was completely dry. At the bottom, revealed by the staff's golden light, lay a simple stone tablet with an engraved map showing their location and the terrain that lay ahead to the west. Wukong leapt down to retrieve the tablet, examining it with his sharp eyes before handing it to his master. "Our path continues through something called the Forest of Competing Convictions," he reported, pointing to the next major landmark on their westward journey. Tang Sanzang studied the map carefully. "And beyond that, the ocean of collective memory," he noted, tracing the route with his finger. "Our way grows no easier." "But we grow stronger," Sha Wujing observed quietly. As if in response to these words, the echoes that had accompanied them throughout the valley returned one final time, not as fragmentary whispers, but as a unified chorus that filled the clearing with harmonious sound. Truth spoken resonates beyond the speaker. Wisdom shared returns multiplied. The journey transforms the travelers even as the travelers transform the journey. With the map in hand and the staff aglow with its newly acquired wisdom, Tang Sanzang led his disciples up the western slope of the valley. The mist that had obscured their path now seemed to propel them forward, currents of vapor swirling around their feet like eager guides. As they crested the valley's rim, they paused to look back at the remarkable landscape they had traversed. From this vantage point, they could see that the entire Valley of Echoing Truths formed a vast natural symbol, the ancient character for listen. How appropriate, Tang Sanzang remarked with a smile. We have indeed learned to listen, to ourselves, to each other, and to the wisdom that echoes through all things. Before them stretched a dense forest unlike any they had seen before, trees of every conceivable type growing side by side in impossible proximity. Oak and pine, bamboo and willow, tropical palms alongside Arctic evergreens, each maintaining its distinct nature while participating in the same vast ecosystem. The forest of competing convictions, Wukong confirmed, consulting the stone tablet once more, where mutually exclusive truths somehow coexist. Tang Sanzang raised his staff, its golden light illuminating the narrow path that led into the diverse woodland. The 27 characters of the Great Wisdom Sutra glowed along its length, offering guidance for the challenges ahead. "Onward, disciples," he said with quiet determination. "The western heaven awaits, and we have many truths yet to discover." As twilight descended once more, they entered the strange forest, leaving behind the echoes of the valley, but carrying its lessons within them. That truth spoken honestly returns amplified, that wisdom emerges from the chorus of many voices, and that the most direct path to understanding often lies outside the roads we expect to travel. And that's the end of episode 28. Our pilgrims have navigated the Valley of Echoing Truths and discovered the power of honest reflection. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese mythology comes alive through timeless storytelling. Today, we continue our journey with Tang Sanzang and his disciples in Chapter 29, The Forest of Competing Convictions. After navigating the Valley of Echoing Truths, our heroes now face a bewildering forest where contradictions don't just exist, they thrive. Imagine walking where winter and summer coexist side by side, where streams flow uphill, and where 6 different bridges, each representing a different philosophy, span the same ravine. In this episode, Tang Sanzang and his companions must learn perhaps their most challenging lesson yet: how to hold opposing truths in mind without trying to resolve them. Can the disciplined monk, the rebellious monkey king, the pleasure-seeking pigsy, and the loyal Sandy find their way through a maze where every path seems right and wrong simultaneously? This chapter delves deep into Eastern philosophical concepts about the nature of truth itself, wrapped in the vivid imagery and adventure that makes Journey to the West so captivating even centuries after it was written. So settle in as we explore this magical forest where palm trees grow beside pines and fire bridges exist alongside stone, a place where, as Tang Sanzang discovers, seemingly contradictory truths can lead to the same center when followed with sincere intent. If you're enjoying our Journey to the West series, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you don't miss our next episode featuring the mysterious Ocean of Collective Memory. Now, let's enter the Forest of Competing Convictions. Tang Sanzang and his disciples ventured deeper into the strange forest, where impossibly diverse trees grew side by side, maple leaves brushing against palm fronds, cherry blossoms mingling with pine needles. The golden light from the monk's staff cast elongated shadows across their path. The 27 sacred characters pulsing with a gentle rhythm that seemed to match the breathing of the forest itself. "Most peculiar," muttered Baji, flinching as a snow-laden branch dripped cold water down his neck, while beside it a tropical flower unfurled in the humid air surrounding its stem. "How can winter and summer exist within inches of each other?" Wukong leapt ahead, his keen eyes scanning the twisted path. "The tablet named this place accurately. Here, contradictions don't cancel each other, they simply coexist." As night fully descended, the forest revealed its true nature. Bioluminescent fungi illuminated patches of ground with blue-green light, while certain trees glowed with inner radiance, some warm amber, others cool silver. These living lanterns created a disorienting landscape where distance became impossible to judge. "We should rest until daybreak," suggested Tang Sanzang, pointing to a small clearing where 7 trees of entirely different species formed a perfect circle. "This spot feels intentional." Sha Wujing nodded in agreement. "The ground is dry here, Master, and the trees will offer some protection." They made camp within the circle of trees. As Baji prepared a modest meal from their provisions, Tang Sanzang sat cross-legged, his staff laid across his knees, studying the glowing characters embedded within it. Wukong paced restlessly around the perimeter, occasionally vanishing into the strange forest only to reappear moments later from an unexpected direction. "The paths don't follow normal rules," he reported during one such return. "I walked straight for 50 paces and somehow circled back to where I began." "As competing convictions often lead us in circles," Tang Sanzang observed quietly, "when mutually exclusive truths contend without resolution, we find ourselves returning to our starting point, however far we believe we've traveled." After their meal, as his disciples settled for sleep, Tang Sanzang continued his meditation. The forest around them grew more active in the deepening night, not with creatures, but with sounds and movements that suggested thought rather than life. Leaves rustled in patterns too regular to be wind, and the luminous fungi pulsed in sequences that hinted at language. Just before dawn, Tang Sanzang opened his eyes with sudden clarity. "I understand now," he whispered to himself, running his fingers along the staff's inscribed characters. "This forest doesn't merely allow contradictions, it requires them." When his disciples awoke, they found their master already standing, his expression serene despite the sleepless night. "Today we face a unique challenge," he informed them. "This forest is a physical manifestation of competing philosophical systems, each tree representing a school of thought that by its nature contradicts those around it." Baji scratched his head in confusion. "You mean like arguments that grew roots?" "In a manner of speaking," Tang Sanzang smiled. "The tablet warned of the forest of competing convictions, and now I see why. To pass through, we must hold contradictory ideas in mind simultaneously without attempting to resolve them." Wukong's brow furrowed. "That goes against everything I understand about truth, Master. Surely one path must be correct while others are mistaken?" "That is precisely the thinking this forest challenges," Tang Sanzang replied, gesturing to the disparate trees around them. "Look how they thrive together, despite representing incompatible realities." As they resumed their journey, the forest's contradictions became more pronounced, They crossed streams that flowed uphill, walked through patches where rain fell upward from the ground to the sky, and navigated areas where their bodies cast multiple shadows in conflicting directions despite a single light source. Near midday, they encountered their first significant obstacle, a massive ravine cutting across their path. 6 different bridges spanned the gap, each constructed in entirely different styles. A simple rope bridge, an elaborate stone arch, a living bridge of intertwined branches, a crystalline structure that appeared partially transparent, a bridge of flickering flames that somehow remained solid, and a 6th bridge that existed only as an outline in the air, visible but seemingly insubstantial. "Which do we choose?" asked Sha Wu Jing, eyeing the options with understandable wariness. Tang Sanzang studied the bridges thoughtfully. "I believe we must each choose a different crossing, one that reflects our nature." After careful deliberation, they made their choices. Sha Wu Jing, ever reliable, crossed the solid stone arch. Bajie, whose appetites often connected him to the living world, took the bridge of intertwined branches. Wukong, whose nature defied easy categorization, stepped confidently onto the bridge of outlined emptiness. Tang Sanzang himself approached the bridge of constant flame, trusting that wisdom would protect him where logic suggested caution. Each disciple experienced their crossing differently. Sha Wu Jing found his stone bridge perfectly stable but increasingly narrow, requiring careful balance. Bajie's living bridge writhed beneath his feet, responding to his thoughts, advancing smoothly when his mind was focused, but tangling when his attention wandered to more worldly concerns. Wukong discovered his bridge of emptiness required absolute confidence. Whenever doubt flickered in his mind, his foot would pass through the outline rather than finding purchase. Tang Sanzang's path through fire neither burned nor consumed. Instead, each step illuminated another of the 27 characters on his staff, their meanings deepening his understanding as he progressed. They reunited on the far side, each subtly changed by their crossing. Where the forest had previously seemed chaotic and contradictory, they now perceived a higher organization, not harmony, but a balanced tension between opposing forces. The forest isn't asking us to determine which truth is correct, Tang Sanzang explained as they continued westward. It's teaching us that truth itself has many facets that appear contradictory from limited perspectives. As afternoon waned, the diverse trees began to arrange themselves in more deliberate patterns. They now walked along an avenue where each side presented opposing philosophical systems. Trees of rigid order facing trees of creative chaos, specimens representing material reality opposite those embodying spiritual transcendence. At the end of this avenue stood their second challenge, a grove where countless paths converged from all directions, making it impossible to determine which led westward toward their destination. "How do we choose when no direction seems correct?" asked Bajie, turning in confused circles. Wukong closed his eyes, attempting to sense their proper course. "I cannot feel any true path," he admitted with frustration. Tang Sanzang lifted his staff, but even its golden light revealed no obvious route. After a moment of contemplation, he planted the staff firmly in the center of the convergence point. "Perhaps," he suggested quietly, "we are not meant to choose a single path." At his words, the staff began to shift, its wood somehow stretching and dividing until it resembled a tree sapling with 4 branches growing in different directions. "Remarkable," breathed Sha Wujing. Tang Sanzang nodded in understanding. "Each of us must follow a different truth, it seems." "But, Master," protested Baji, "how will we find each other again?" "Faith," replied Tang Sanzang simply. "Faith that competing convictions need not lead to permanent separation." With visible reluctance they parted ways, each following a branch that called to them. Tang Sanzang taking the path of compassionate wisdom, Wukong the path of protective justice, Baji the path of joyful engagement with the world, and Sha Wujing the path of steadfast loyalty. Tang Sanzang walked alone, his portion of the divided staff lighting his way. The forest around him transformed to reflect his path. Trees bearing fruit that resembled human hearts, streams flowing with what appeared to be tears rather than water, branches that reached out to comfort one another where they met. Every living thing in this section of forest demonstrated interconnection and empathy. As he walked, voices whispered from the vegetation, "Compassion without wisdom becomes enabling. Wisdom without compassion becomes cruelty. Balance between them is the middle way." Meanwhile, Wukong traversed a portion of forest that manifested his nature. Trees that grew as straight as swords, branches that clashed against each other like competing armies, fruits that resembled eyes ever watchful for threats. The forest of protective justice was beautiful in its fierce dedication, yet Tang Sanzang would have found it harsh. For Baji, the forest became a celebration of sensory experience. Trees heavy with succulent fruits, flowers releasing intoxicating fragrances, branches that swayed in joyful dance to music only they could hear. His path honored the full engagement with worldly pleasures while revealing their impermanence. Sha Wujing's forest grew steady and unwavering. Trees with roots so deep they touched the earth's very core, branches that supported rather than competed, leaves that shielded the ground from harsh elements. His was a landscape of service and constancy. Each disciple, following their unique conviction, gradually became aware that they were spiraling inward, approaching a common center from different directions. The competing philosophies of the forest were not leading them apart after all, but guiding them toward synthesis. They converged in a perfectly circular clearing at the forest's heart. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, one with 4 distinct trunks that merged into a unified whole. Each trunk displayed characteristics of the forests they had individually traversed, yet together they created something greater than their separate natures. As Tang Sanzang approached this remarkable tree, his portion of the staff pulled forward of its own accord. The same happened to the staff pieces carried by each disciple, drawing them toward the central tree where they merged back into a single whole. Once again, the lotus-born staff, but now bearing not 27, but 108 glowing characters. The complete first chapter of the Great Wisdom Sutra, Tang Sanzang recognized with wonder. The reunited disciples shared their experiences, each describing the forest as they had perceived it, 4 entirely different yet equally valid realities. And this is the lesson of the forest of competing convictions, Tang Sanzang concluded, that seemingly contradictory truths can lead to the same center when followed with sincere intent. As he spoke these words, the unified tree at the clearing center began to shift. its bark peeling away to reveal a doorway leading westward. Through this opening, they glimpsed their next challenge, the vast, shimmering expanse of the ocean of collective memory. Tang Sanzang raised his completed staff, its 108 characters illuminating the path forward. "We have learned to hold competing truths in balance," he said to his disciples. "Now we must learn how individual memory becomes collective wisdom." As they passed through the doorway, the forest of competing convictions folded behind them like a finished chapter, its contradictions resolved not through elimination, but through acceptance of their necessary tension. Ahead, the endless waters of memory awaited, reflecting both the sky above and the countless experiences of all who had ever lived. A shimmering archive of wisdom and folly that they would need to navigate to continue their journey west. And that's the end of Chapter 29. Our heroes have navigated the forest of competing convictions, learning that different paths of truth can lead to the same destination if followed with an open heart and sincere intent. What awaits Tang Sanzang and his disciples at the ocean of collective memory? How will they cross this vast expanse of shared experiences and wisdom? The journey westward grows more fascinating with each step they take. If you enjoyed this episode, please hit that like button. It really helps the channel grow. And if you haven't already, subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next chapter of this incredible journey. Welcome back to Celestial Scrolls, where ancient Chinese myths and legends come alive through storytelling. Today, we continue our epic journey with Chapter 30 of Journey to the West, the Ocean of Collective Memory. In our previous episode, Tang Sanzang and his disciples navigated the forest of competing convictions, learning to hold contradictory truths in balance. Now they face their next challenge, crossing a vast mystical ocean containing the memories of all beings who have ever lived. You'll witness our heroes sail through currents of joy and sorrow, confront their deepest fears in abyssal trenches, resist the temptation of perfect memories, and wade through the mist of forgotten experiences. This chapter delves into how our shared stories shape who we are and what we might become. If you've been enjoying our journey westward with the monk and his colorful disciples, you won't want to miss this philosophical adventure. Hit subscribe and the notification bell to continue this legendary quest. Now, let's dive into the ocean of collective memory. Tang Sanzang and his disciples stood at the threshold between worlds, the forest of competing convictions now sealed behind them like a finished scroll. Before them stretched the ocean of collective memory, vast, shimmering waters that seemed both liquid and light, reflecting not only the sky above, but countless images that appeared and dissolved in its depths. The monk's staff, now bearing 108 luminous characters, cast a golden path across the surface of the waters, not solid, but somehow inviting passage. "Most peculiar," Baji observed, cautiously dipping a hoof-like finger into the shimmering surface. The water rippled outward, and within each ripple, fragmentary images appeared: a child's first steps, an old woman's last breath, a warrior's moment of mercy, a scholar's revelation. Baji jerked back his hand as if burned. "These aren't my memories," he gasped. "No," Tang Sanzang replied softly. "They belong to everyone who has ever lived. This ocean holds all experience, all knowledge, all suffering, and joy that has ever been. Wukong narrowed his keen eyes, peering into the depths. Master, I see no shore on the other side. How are we to cross an ocean without end? Tang Sanzang studied the golden path created by his staff, a shimmering trail across the waters that extended only a few paces before fading into uncertainty. I believe we must walk the path as it reveals itself. Each step will illuminate the next. And if it doesn't? Xiao Wujing asked, his deep voice tinged with reasonable concern. The monk smiled gently. Then we shall learn to swim in the memories of all beings. With these words, Tang Sanzang stepped onto the golden path. Though it appeared insubstantial, it supported his weight like a bridge of light. His disciples followed, Wukong leaping lightly behind his master, Xiao Wujing stepping with deliberate caution, and Bajie bringing up the rear with uncharacteristic hesitation. As they advanced, the phenomenon Bajie had experienced intensified. With each step, the waters around them stirred, revealing glimpses of memories, not randomly, but responding to the thoughts and nature of each traveler. Around Tang Sanzang, the waters showed moments of profound teaching, ancient masters transmitting wisdom to disciples, parents guiding children, strangers offering unexpected insights that changed lives. The monk walked steadily, acknowledging each memory with a slight bow, as if honoring the teaching it contained. Around Wukong danced images of rebellion and protection, warriors defending the innocent, children standing up to bullies, humble creatures outwitting predators. The clever monkey observed these with a knowing grin, occasionally mimicking a particularly effective fighting stance he witnessed. Xiao Wujing found himself surrounded by visions of steadfast service. Farmers tending fields year after year, mothers nursing children through illness, guards standing watch through bitter nights. The gentle river monster walked with increased resolve, drawing strength from these kindred spirits of endurance. Bajie, despite his initial reluctance, soon became most fascinated of all. Around him swirled memories of feasting and celebration, romance and revelry, but also moments when indulgence gave way to unexpected wisdom, when pleasure created connection rather than mere satisfaction. It seems the ocean shows us reflections of ourselves, observed Tang Sanzang as the golden path continued to materialize before them. Not merely reflections, Master, Wukong replied thoughtfully, but how our natures have manifested across all lives. We are seeing the patterns of existence, how my protective impulse, Bajie's sensualist nature, Wu Jing's steadfastness, and your wisdom have played out through countless beings. They had ventured perhaps a mile across the shimmering waters when the golden path suddenly widened into a perfect circle, a platform of light approximately 30 paces across. As they stepped onto this circle, the path behind them dissolved, leaving them surrounded entirely by the memory-laden waters. In the center of the circle stood a curious object, a clear crystal bowl filled with water that somehow remained distinct from the ocean surrounding them. Floating within this bowl were 4 small white stones, unmarked and seemingly ordinary. Tang Sanzang approached the bowl and studied it carefully. Our first challenge, I believe. A voice arose from the waters all around them, not speaking in words exactly, but creating understanding directly in their minds. To proceed Each must experience a memory not their own. Choose a stone and know another's truth. The four travelers exchanged glances. Tang Sanzang nodded encouragingly. We must trust the process. One by one, they approached the crystal bowl. Wukong went first, plucking a stone from the water with his nimble fingers. The moment he held it, the stone dissolved into his palm like salt, and the monkey's eyes went wide. He stood frozen, experiencing whatever memory the stone contained. Sha Wujing went next, then Bajie, each reacting with similar astonishment as they absorbed memories not their own. Finally, Tang Sanzang took the last stone, closing his eyes as it dissolved into his flesh. For what seemed both an instant and an eternity, each traveler lived another's experience. Tang Sanzang found himself inhabiting the body of a young woman, a talented weaver whose parents had recently arranged her marriage to a merchant twice her age. The monk experienced her complex emotions, anxiety about leaving home, determination to make the best of her circumstances, private rebellion expressed through intricate patterns hidden in her weaving, and finally, unexpected contentment as her husband proved to be kind despite his years, valuing her mind as much as her craft. Wukong, to his surprise, experienced life as a scholarly magistrate, a careful, methodical man who treasured rules and order. The impetuous monkey felt the man's satisfaction in precise documentation, his pleasure in a well-maintained ledger, his quiet pride when justice was done through proper procedure rather than force. Most humbling was experiencing the man's private opinion of rebellious troublemakers like Wukong himself, both exasperation and secret admiration. Sha Wujing lived briefly as a carefree child, skipping stones across a village pond, climbing trees for the pure joy of height, speaking whatever thoughts came to mind without consideration of consequences. For the diligent river monster, this glimpse of uncomplicated happiness, of action without duty, was both uncomfortable and revealing. Baji, perhaps most transformed of all, inhabited the memory of an ascetic hermit who had renounced all worldly pleasure to seek enlightenment. The indulgent pig experienced the hermit's strict self-denial, his patient meditation through seasons of extreme heat and cold, and, most surprisingly, the profound joy the hermit found in the simplest phenomena, the morning's first light, the sound of rainfall, the sensation of breath entering and leaving the body. When the memories concluded, each traveler returned to awareness on the golden platform, profoundly shaken. For several moments, none spoke. Then Bajie, tears streaming down his porcine face, broke the silence. All this time, he said in wonder, I thought the ascetic's life was joyless sacrifice. But he experienced more pleasure in a single breath than I've found in 100 feasts. Tang Sanzang nodded, and I never truly understood the courage required to accept an arranged marriage, the strength needed to build contentment from duty. I've always scorned bureaucrats, Wukong admitted, rubbing his head sheepishly, but there's a kind of bravery in maintaining order through tedious care rather than heroic action. Sha Wujing simply looked at his massive hands. I have never been a child, he said softly. Not really. As they shared their experiences, the waters around the platform began to stir more actively. Images rose to the surface like bubbles, not random memories now, but scenes from their own journey together. They watched themselves traversing the forest of competing convictions, facing the yellow wind demon, outsmarting, Princess Iron Fan. The ocean is showing us our own story, Tang Sanzang realized. Not just showing, Wukong added with sudden understanding, recording. Our journey is becoming part of the collective memory. This revelation was interrupted by a new development. From the waters arose 4 distinct columns of memory-laden liquid, each taking the rough shape of a humanoid figure. As these figures solidified, they took on more specific appearances, each resembling one of the travelers but composed entirely of swirling memories. The water Tang Sanzang spoke first, its voice a gentle ripple. We are what remains of those who crossed before you. Parts of ourselves dissolved into this ocean, and parts continued westward. We offer both warning and blessing. The water Wukong leapt and swirled, its form constantly shifting like the mercurial monkey himself. The ocean grows deeper ahead. Some memories are buried intentionally, hidden in abyssal trenches where light cannot reach. The water Baji flowed more heavily, sloshing as it moved. You will encounter memories that tempt you to linger, perfect moments of joy or revelation that promise fulfillment if you would only remain within them forever. The water Sha Wujing stood tallest, steady as a waterfall. And you will face memories of atrocity and suffering that may drown compassionate hearts. Steel yourselves, for not all that is remembered deserves preservation. Tang Sanzang bowed deeply to these water echoes of themselves. We are grateful for your guidance. How may we safely navigate these challenges? The 4 water figures began to circle the platform, their forms gradually merging into a single swirling current as they responded. Remember that memory itself is not truth, but impression. Remember that even the ocean is not complete. Remember that you walk the path not merely to remember, but to create what will be remembered. Most importantly, remember each other when the waters try to separate you. With these words, the combined current flowed into the crystal bowl at the center of the platform, which began to glow with inner light. Within it now floated not stones, but 4 tiny boats, each scaled to fit in the palm of a hand. Take these vessels of discernment, the voice from the waters instructed. When placed upon the ocean, they will grow to carry you. They are formed from your own compassion, reinforced by the wisdom of those who crossed before. Each traveler took a miniature boat from the bowl. As the last was removed, the crystal bowl itself dissolved into the platform, and the golden circle began to shrink beneath their feet. Quickly, Tang Sanzang urged, we must continue our crossing. Without hesitation, they each placed their tiny vessels upon the surrounding waters. Immediately, the boats expanded to full size, simple wooden crafts with a single sail on each. Though apparently identical, each responded differently when boarded. Tang Sanzang's boat moved with serene purpose, gliding straight ahead as if following an invisible current. Wukong's darted and zigzagged, requiring constant adjustment, but offering greater maneuverability. Bajie's rolled more with the waves, providing a comfortable if somewhat meandering journey. Sha Wujing's moved slowest, but most steadily, cutting through challenging swells with unwavering progress. Once aboard their vessels, the nature of the ocean changed. No longer did memories appear randomly around them. Instead, the waters became more intentional, organizing into distinct regions that they now sailed between. The streams of memory have patterns, called Tang Sanzang to his disciples, each now in their separate boats, though keeping close formation. Observe how joy connects to joy across different lives, how suffering creates channels to other suffering. Indeed, they could now perceive how the ocean organized itself, not by chronology or geography, but by emotional and spiritual resonance. Memories of first love from countless different beings across endless time created a current of their own, as did memories of loss, triumph, betrayal, reconciliation, and revelation. This is how wisdom forms, Tang Sanzang explained as they sailed, not from isolated experience, but from patterns recognized across many lives. They sailed for what might have been hours or days. Time itself seemed fluid in this ocean of memory. The golden staff continued to guide them, hovering above Tang Sanzang's boat like a luminous mast. As they ventured deeper, the water figure's warnings proved prophetic. The ocean floor dropped away beneath them, and the character of the memories changed. They were sailing now above one of the abyssal trenches where darker memories dwelled. From these depths arose images of ancient wars, of famine and plague, of betrayal and cruelty, the shadow aspects of collective experience. Their boats rocked precariously as these heavier memories created turbulent currents. "Keep together," Tang Sanzang called above the growing roar of disturbed waters. "Remember each other." But the waters were pulling them apart despite their efforts. Baji's boat was caught in a whirlpool of memories centered around insatiable hunger, not just for food, but for wealth, power, and pleasures that consumed rather than satisfied. The pig disciple struggled against this current, but found himself drawn toward its center, his own past proclivities strengthening its pull. Sha Wujing's vessel was pushed toward a region where memories of obedience to cruel masters predominated, beings who had surrendered their will to evil commands, finding bleak comfort in abdicated responsibility. The river monster gripped his monk's spade tightly, fighting against these stirring echoes of his own past servitude. Wukong faced a different trial as his boat accelerated toward a storm of rebellious fury. The collected memories of those whose justified anger had twisted into destructive chaos, whose righteous defiance had calcified into prideful isolation. The Monkey King recognized too much of himself in these turbulent waters. Tang Sanzang alone maintained his course, but witnessed his disciples' struggles with mounting concern. Raising his staff high, he called out to them, "Remember the forest of competing convictions. Each path led to the center. Find truth within these memories, not escape from them." His words carried across the churning ocean, penetrating the spiritual storms that engulfed his disciples. One by one, they found strength to navigate through rather than against the challenging currents. Baji, instead of fighting the whirlpool of hunger, steered deliberately into its heart. There, in the perfect stillness at its center, he discovered memories not of consumption, but of genuine satisfaction. Beings who had learned exactly when enough had been reached, who had transformed appetite into appreciation. Sha Wujing navigated the memories of blind obedience until he found their counterpoint, moments when seemingly obedient servants had subtly resisted evil commands, preserving their integrity through small acts of compassionate disobedience. Wukong, embracing the storm of rebellion, discovered at its eye the memories of those who had channeled righteous anger into constructive change, who had found the narrow path between principled defiance and egotistical destruction. Gradually, their boats emerged from these separate trials, converging once more around Tang Sanzang. Each disciple appeared transformed, not drastically, but subtly, as if inner conflicts had found, if not resolution, then at least greater harmony. "Well navigated," Tang Sanzang acknowledged with quiet pride. "You have faced your shadow currents and charted paths through them." The waters around them calmed as they continued westward, though the ocean still stretched endlessly before them. Now, however, they encountered the second challenge the water figures had warned about. Regions of memory so beautiful, so perfect, that they created an almost irresistible desire to remain. For Tang Sanzang, it was a vast, serene current of memories showing moments of perfect transmission. Teacher to student, generation to generation, the pure joy of understanding dawning in eager minds. His boat slowed as he gazed enraptured at these images, his heart filled with longing to join this eternal current of wisdom. Wukong was drawn to memories of perfect freedom, beings experiencing the absolute liberation of constraints transcended rather than merely broken, of boundaries respected precisely because they were no longer needed. The monkey's boat began to circle these memories, his restless spirit sensing a home it had long sought. Baji found himself drifting toward crystalline waters filled with memories of perfect harmony, moments when sensory pleasure, spiritual awareness, and communal connection had aligned without contradiction. His boat's sail went slack as he leaned overboard, tears of longing falling into these tantalizing waters. Sha Wujing's vessel slowed before memories of perfect belonging, beings who had found their exact right place in the order of things, who served with joy because they aligned perfectly with their purpose. The river monster's rough features softened as he gazed at what seemed like the answer to his lifelong search for meaning. This time, it was Wukong who broke the trance first. "Illusion!" he shouted, shaking himself free from the enticing memories, or rather, not illusion, but incompleteness. These are perfect moments, yes, but only moments. They show culmination without journey. His words stirred the others. Tang Sanzang blinked as if waking from a dream. Wisdom that is merely received rather than integrated through experience. Pleasure without the contrast of effort, Baji added reluctantly. Purpose without the struggle to discover it, Sha Wujing concluded. Together, they adjusted their courses away from these perilously perfect memories, understanding now a deeper truth, that the journey westward was not toward permanent perfection, but toward authentic integration of all experience. As their boats regrouped, the ocean ahead began to change again. The waters thinned, becoming more translucent, revealing glimpses of solid ground beneath the approaching shore of this vast metaphysical sea. But between them and that shore lay the final challenge, a barrier of mist that emanated not from the water, but from the memories themselves. A fog composed of forgotten things, of experiences too painful or complex to maintain in conscious memory. This mist billowed before them, obscuring the path forward. Within it, half-formed images appeared and dissolved, fragments rather than complete memories, questions without answers, beginnings without conclusions. The realm of the forgotten, Tang Sanzang identified it, those experiences pushed beneath the surface of collective awareness. As their boats approached this barrier, the mist reached out tendrils toward them, seeking to engulf their vessels. Where these tendrils touched the wooden hulls, the boats began to dissolve, returning to the miniature size they had been in the crystal bowl. Our vessels cannot pass through forgetting, Tang Sanzang realized. We must continue on foot, wading through what has been lost to memory. With some trepidation, they abandoned their dwindling boats, stepping directly into the waters. To their surprise, the ocean remained shallow here, reaching only to their knees. But as they waded into the mist of forgetting, each step became increasingly difficult, as if the water were thickening around them. "Stay within sight of each other," Tang Sanzang instructed, his staff providing the only reliable light in the thickening fog. "The mist seeks to separate us." Indeed, tendrils of forgetting curled around each traveler, tugging them in different directions. Within these vaporous arms, each disciple began to see fragmented memories directly relevant to themselves, pieces of their own pasts that had been collectively forgotten or deliberately suppressed. Wukong witnessed flickering images of his earliest days, born from stone, discovering his powers, the chaos before his discipline. But these memories seemed wrong somehow, incomplete or altered, as if collective storytelling had overwritten the truth with legend. Bajie saw fragments of his fall from grace, his celestial position, his disgrace, his transformation. But again, these memories had been shaped by retelling, the complexity of his actual experience reduced to cautionary tale. Sha Wujing struggled through visions of his punishment, his exile to the flowing sands, the centuries of solitude. But the reasons for his original offense seemed confused, contradictory, as if multiple versions of his story had blended together. Tang Sanzang himself faced the most challenging fragments, shattered memories of his previous incarnation as golden cicada, his celestial existence before earthly rebirth. These glimpses threatened his human identity, suggesting a continuity of consciousness he was not yet prepared to fully integrate. The mist grew thicker, the fragments more disorienting. The travelers lost sight of each other despite their best efforts. Each found themselves alone, surrounded by distorted pieces of their own stories, not as they had lived them, but as others had remembered them. "Master!" Wukong called into the blindness. "I cannot find you." "Remember the 108 characters?" Tang Sanzang's voice came faintly through the mist. "The wisdom that connects us?" Understanding flashed between them. The staff Tang Sanzang carried, with its 108 illuminated characters from the Great Wisdom Sutra, represented not just Buddhist teaching, but the connection between their individual journeys, the unifying narrative that gave meaning to their separate experiences. One by one, they began to recite the sutra, each from their isolated position in the mist. With every character spoken, the illumination from Tang Sanzang's staff grew stronger, pushing back the fog of forgetting. "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form," they chanted together, their voices gradually finding harmony. "Form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form." The ancient words created a current in the misty waters, not pushing against forgetting, but flowing through it, acknowledging the forgotten as essential rather than opposed to memory. Slowly, the travelers found their way back to each other, guided by the resonance of their chanting and the strengthening light of the staff. As they reunited, the mist before them began to part, revealing the distant shore of the memory ocean. "We cross not by fighting forgetting," Tang Sanzang observed as they waded forward together, but by honoring its place in the cycle of memory. What is forgotten creates space for new experience, just as what is remembered creates context for new understanding. The water grew ever shallower as they approached the shore. By the time they stepped onto solid ground, it barely covered their ankles. Behind them, the ocean of collective memory stretched to the horizon, its surface now calm, belying the profundities and challenges contained within its depths. Before them rose a landscape unlike any they had encountered before, a vast plateau of red earth dotted with curious stone formations, each resembling an enormous scroll partially unrolled. The air here was dry and still, vibrating with latent potential. The plateau of stories yet to be told, Tang Sanzang identified it, reading an inscription on a stone marker at the shore's edge. We have traversed what has been remembered. Now we must navigate what might yet come to pass. Wukong peered at the curious stone scrolls dotting the landscape ahead. Those formations, they're blank, unwritten. Tang Sanzang nodded. The ocean of collective memory holds the past. This plateau reveals our task in the present, to create stories worthy of remembrance, to add to the ocean for those who will come after us. As they stood contemplating this new challenge, a gentle breeze arose, carrying dust from the red earth into intricate patterns before them, forming characters that wrote themselves upon the air, offering both warning and invitation. What is remembered shapes what becomes possible. Choose wisely the stories you write upon the world. With renewed purpose, Tang Sanzang and his disciples stepped forward onto the plateau, their journey westward continuing into a landscape of potential rather than established memory, a realm where their choices would create new tributaries flowing back into the vast ocean of collective memory behind them. "Come," the monk said with quiet determination. "We have wisdom to seek, sutras to retrieve, and now we understand better why, not just for ourselves, but for all who will remember." Together, they advanced across the red earth, each step imprinting temporary characters upon the ground. The ongoing story of their westward journey, written not just in scripture, but in the living narrative of their shared quest. And that's the end of Chapter 30. Tang Sanzang and his disciples have crossed the ocean of collective memory and now stand at the threshold of the plateau of stories yet to be told. What new challenges await them on this mysterious landscape of potential futures? If you enjoyed this philosophical adventure through the depths of memory, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to know which part of the ocean journey resonated most with you. Was it the dark abyssal trenches, the tempting perfect memories, or perhaps the mist of forgotten experiences? Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss Chapter 31, where our heroes will navigate the blank stone scrolls of the plateau and forge new stories worthy of remembrance. Here at Celestial Scrolls, we're committed to bringing these timeless tales to life for you, one chapter at a time. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next leg of our journey westward.